to live stream from my phone, which I haven't done in a long time. Wow, we just started. We already have 12 people in here and 9 likes. That's an amazing start. Welcome to the first live stream of 2024 and the first live stream I've done in about 6 months. And as the name of this live stream says, this is not the epic live stream. This is a not very epic live stream. So unlike the epic live stream, I'm not going to have guests. It's not going to go on 19 hours like it did last year. It's just it's just not that. I wanted to do a live stream from the road. I am still, technically the strikes are over. The WGA and the SAG-AFTRA strikes are now over and we're back to work. But most shows don't want to start in November and December. So it normally takes about 6 to 8 weeks for a show to get started up and to ramp up. So most of the time people don't want to do that in November and December. They're going to wait until the new year. So that is kind of what I'm waiting for right now. Everything to kind of start ramping up so that way I can hopefully get a call. We got 18 people in here. We started with 12. It dropped down to 9, and then now it's up to 18. So I'm DeBrown. Hello, and Alex T. Happy New Year. Said Cisneros. Hello back. Rick on mic. Happy New Year. So as I was saying, the epic live stream takes a lot to coordinate. And normally I'm on set, so it's one of those things I'm sending out emails constantly. Like during long setups, I'll step off set and send an email out, seeing if I can line up something. Leaf, Diesel, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Dan. Happy great day in Oklahoma City there, Audio Buff. Mercer, Happy New Year. Mercer was one of our winners last year of one of the prize. Andrew P., Happy New Year from Australia. Walter, Happy New Year, safe travels. Thank you so much. So once the new year kind of gets going, greetings from Houston in the pews. I was just in Houston not long ago. Happy New Year. I can never pronounce this. Kuch Long Tu? Kuch Long Tu? I don't know. I'm going to, one of these days, I'm going to say a name and it's going to be something vulgar. Looking forward to more of your videos in 2024, Alex. Thank you very much. I'll tell you something. 2023 has not been a very easy year. Not just because I've not been on set, but because all of my content creation happens when I am home, with very few exceptions. Like the video where I announced that I've been on the road, that video definitely took place in this truck here. But it's been a rough year for content creation, mainly because I'm working for a company where I'm on the road for 3 weeks and then I'm allowed to be home for 4 days. But man, this does not pay like the film industry does. And when you only work 17 days on set in an entire year, it hurts. So you have a family to support and you go out there and you start working to try to support them and do what you can. But unfortunately, most of the opportunities for a new driver is going to be on the road if you are going to be gone for a couple weeks, 3 weeks, something like that on end, and then home for a few days. But the thing is, when you're home, you don't get paid. So it's kind of like the film industry in that sense. But so one of the things I've done is I'll stay out on the road for 3.5, 4.5 weeks, something like that, and then I'll go home for only 2 days, which is not good for family time. I'm not able to see my family nearly as much as I like. But it's a little better on the pocket because the account I'm on is only working from 6 a.m. until 3 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So I can, one thing I'll tell you that the film industry trains you to do is to work with really weird schedules. So, we start in the morning on Monday at 7 a.m. By Friday, we're at 7 p.m. And then we go back in, well, at least we used to, until we had this last contract, at 7 a.m. again on Monday. Well, I can kind of make my own schedule with the account that I'm on. That's a good thing. But I'll tell you this, what's not a good thing is that that it means that it kind of got to finish up earlier in the day. Now that means it's easier for me to find parking and that kind of stuff. But I tell you, uh, I've gotten into the habit of driving in the middle of the night. So like right now, I got up at 10:30 last night. Did a phone call with my family back at home. Saw them bring in the new year, and then I said, "Okay, well, bye. I'm gonna jump off the phone, or jump off the video call," and I started driving. Did not see one firework. I was driving through Missouri, did not see one firework the entire night. Drove 500, only like 540 miles today, and I got here at like 8:40, 8:30, something like that a.m. and then shut down. And I'm on what's called the 34. So, real quick, even though I know most of you don't care, I'll at least tell you a little bit about the way it works in case you have an interest in a job like a strike job, just in case IATSE and or the Teamsters were to strike this year. If you were to decide to be a professional driver, you have a 70-hour work week or a 60-hour work week. If it's a 70-hour by your company, then you work it over 8 days. If it is a 60-hour work week, you have it over 7 days. Now, you can do 8.5 hours a day, and if you do that, then you can very easily make it work where you can, you just work the same thing every single day and work 7 days a week. What I do though is in my company we do 70-hour weeks. But what I do is I hit it hard for 5 days and then shut down for 1. So basically, I will basically work 14-hour days as much as I can. But within that 70-hour work week, you can't work any more than 14 hours a day or drive more than 11 hours a day. And you can't drive more than 8 hours a day before you have to do something else for 30 minutes. Either take a break, take a nap, jump off the clock, load, unload, something like that. You have to do something other than sit in the truck for 30 minutes. What I like doing is using that time to trip plan, something like that. And so basically I drive until I have at least 3 hours down, because that's, you can only drive more than 8 hours, but you can't drive more than 11 hours a day. So I'll drive at least 3 hours and then I'll do something else for 30 minutes, usually trip plan. And then I'll jump back on the road and then because I'm on a flatbed account, I only have the opportunity to do load securement checks. I have to do a load securement check every 3 hours or 150 miles, whichever comes first. So that means it's going to be, you hit the road and you're on the road for a while, and, you go about 150 miles or something like that. And I usually try to stop at rest areas, because that means you don't have to pull all the way off and find a truck stop and find parking and stuff like that. I'll just pull off on a rest area, jump out, check the tires, check the load, that kind of stuff, jump right back in and jump back on the road. Don't waste any time. I don't like wasting time. You know how we are in the sound department. We don't like to waste time. So anyway, that's basically the way it is. If I have to load and unload, then that will sometimes take my days from 14 hours down to maybe 6 or 7 hour days, because I can't get there before 6. So I'll usually drive in at like 1 or 2 a.m., something like that. And I'll get there, offload at 6, and then I'll shut down in the early afternoon. That way I can get up early and drive overnight. So that's usually the way I do it. But anyway, that's the way the trucking lifestyle is. But I prefer to do that because it means I don't have to fight for parking. Someone asked if I could show the rig. I'll do that in a split second. But first, let me just see if there's any. Whoa, where are the chat comments? You're not going to show me any chat? Where is the chat? Okay, there it is. Let's see. All right. Yeah, it's been just basically a rough year because I've not been on set. We hope 24 is a much better year. Hopefully it is. Oh, hello from Romania, Budapest. Happy New Year to you. Hope 2024 is better. Thanks, Bandrew. That is why there are not many people like you in social media, because creating content strictly for professional knowledge development rarely pays off. Thank you, man. Greetings from Poland. Show us the rig. That's interesting to hear. Thank you, Alan. And yeah, this is, well, educational content usually doesn't do as well as if I were to get on here and just decide, oh, let me do videos where I insult someone, or I do a channel where I'm trying to be outrageous, or I do, pranks on people, or do something stupid. I mean, I could very easily do stupid stuff, but, you know. Normally what happens is because of the schedule and because when you don't drive, there's a phrase here that we use in the trucking industry: if the wheels aren't turning, you're not earning. So it's kind of like when in the film industry, if you're not working, then you're not earning. But on the days I'm not working, I'm not making money. So what I've done is basically taken the 21 days that basically I'm on the road and the 4 days I'm at home. Those 4 days really hurt because you don't get a paycheck. So what I do is I'm on the road for usually around 25 to 35 days, and then I go home for 2. Well, I'm with my family during the day, but then at night, once everybody goes to bed, I record and edit sound speeds. It's very difficult for me to shoot stuff during the day because I want to spend time with the family. Very limited time. Which is why most of the time, the videos I do at night, basically I shot all of the Epic Livestreams. I did all of these Speed Bumps podcasts back in spring. So before we even made it to summer, it started to heat up by the end of that because spring in Georgia starts to heat up. But it was all in spring when I shot that. So in the last episode, I was making predictions about where I thought it would be in like 8-9 months when the strikes ended and we were back at work. Some of the predictions were right. Some of them were not. But anyway, I ended up editing those, and we're going to do not the Speed Boats podcast, but it's going to be a podcast in a different format. I've ordered a test for 10 episodes. Going to see how well it goes. Most of what I've been doing when I'm home is something I can produce. It's educational reaction videos. People submit a lot of reaction videos for me to do because I'm able to actually react to it, and I teach as I go. I say that was wrong because of this. It would be better if someone did this. I disagree with you because of this. It's not just me looking at like so many reaction videos where you're just watching. You're like, yeah, I like what he says to that. Pay attention. And then you go back to the video and you watch it for another 4 minutes and you're like, yeah, what he just said is right. And then you go back to it. That's, to me, irritating. To me, it's not really, I prefer to actually watch something and talk about it, educate. So the reaction videos are some of the best videos that with regards to views that people watch, and people seem to get a lot out of them, which is good. So let me see what are some good spots to hide mics in a rig? Like I'm doing that. You should start a channel where you prank people, insult them, and then do something stupid. Well, Bandrew, isn't that kind of what your Discord server is for? That's pretty much what I do on there when I pop in there. Is I start ranting at somebody who says something dumb, and then I do something stupid. Let's see. Andrew P. Laugh. Trucking channel. Trucking with Alan channel. I actually have one. I don't want to cross worlds though. That's the thing. I don't really. I did. It's one of those things where when I announced that I was doing the trucking channel, and then I did the follow-up video saying, yes, I'm going to continue sound speeds. I said at that point, I really don't want to combine worlds. I do have a trucking YouTube channel, where it's basically been a vlog of this journey, because it's overused, but it is basically been a totally different world, because you go from boom poles, which are very light, to winch bars, which are extremely heavy. You go from being very, very quiet and trying to get everything as quiet as you possibly can, to a noisy truck where I will use my Bose Soundwear Companion, the one that I reviewed, practically at full volume in order to actually hear it. And it's just, you go to sleep at night, and I'm touching right now my workplace. And then I am sitting right now where I sleep. It's a very different world. Also, I'm not used to being away from my family and being away from my studio. And one of the things, if I get questions, normally I'll turn on the camera and I'll record something and then upload it. And, because sometimes people will ask a question, and it's just so much easier for me to just record and answer and then send it to them. But I haven't been able to do that because most of the time when I'm on the road, internet is horrible. So if the internet drops out here while I'm talking to you, sorry. I am quite literally in the middle of Nebraska right now. If I stepped outside, you might see a few little snowflakes. Not weak political people, but I mean like the actual snowflakes that are floating around the sky. And it was 12 degrees when I got here this morning. Right now it's 24. So yeah. Hello, Andre. Good to see you here. The trucking channel, though, I mentioned that, in that video where I talked about Was the SoundSpeeds content going to be continuing? Yes, it is. It's just going to be, it's a lot more difficult to produce. I usually do it overnight. So while I'm home, I spend the time during the day with my family. I spend time at night doing SoundSpeed. So I'm not really able to catch up. But I'm doing everything I can right now to just keep things going and to keep education going. Um, that kind of thing. Appreciate the time and content. Hopefully life gets back to normal soon. Me too. Me too. And I think this year it's going to. I don't want to give away too much with regards to what the IATSE and Teamsters and stuff are going to do, because I don't know if I were to say some things, if somebody would happen to see this and send it to the AMPTP, who would get insider information that they would use in negotiations. I don't want to sabotage this. I will say this: I'm the originally that was the head of the negotiations committee for the sound department in my union. And then I became the co-chair because we appointed another head, and we were leading meetings where we were talking about what we wanted to have happen and stuff like that. I've still been active, still attending union meetings, talking union functions, that kind of stuff, but it's just not been as easy on the road. Mainly because a lot of the time, here's another interesting thing. When you get a call sheet, you know it's for tomorrow, you know what's going to be. You can look at it and say, okay, this is the day after, and look at the advance, that kind of stuff. Most of the time in a truck, I don't know what day of the week it is. I don't know because I'm away from my family for a month at a time, plus or minus a little bit. And I will usually look at it and say, oh, okay, on the 13th is when this is delivered. What day is today? The 11th, so I have 2 days. And then I'm like, what, is one of those a Sunday? No, then I don't care. So it's pretty sad. But that's the world I'm living in right now. And I can't wait to get back on set very soon. And now that the strikes and stuff are over and we're back in the very beginning of 2024, hopefully there's going to be some shows starting up soon. People are going to be starting up the studio, starting up shows, which normally takes 6 to 8 weeks, plus or minus. And then they'll be hiring the crew to get going. Now, I'll go ahead and do this now. I never answer the question about the trucking channel with Alan. When I talked about I did the video talking about combining about was the content going to continue. I didn't really intend on really mentioning the trucking channel at that point, but I did mention it, and then kind of spontaneously as I was recording, I said, you know what? One of the things that I do is I record my drive every day on a time lapse, so it's one frame every half a second. And so I speed it up and then I watch it, and it's like 45 minutes a day roughly. And I was using Insta360 X3 to do it, the same one I use for the Speed Bumps podcast. The problem is my laptop, this old Alienware, takes forever to render out a 360 video, and half the time I would do it, no, I say half the time, it was probably 3 or 4 times out of 5. It would completely freak out. It would error, the computer would crash, I'd have to restart it, and it's not like it wouldn't take 3 or 4 hours to render out the video anyway. Not to mention then that I would have to import it into my editing program, I'd have to edit it a little bit plus or minus, and then, of course, the truck starts up on its own. I'll tell you about that in a second too. Of course it started. We'll get to that in a second. Anyway, but so one of the things that I don't have while I'm on the road doing this job is a disposable income, like I do when I'm doing all my rentals and that kind of stuff on a set. So what it usually ends up as, this thing is so loud now. Sorry, man. So anyway, I just kind of spontaneously said if you were interested in seeing the trucking channel and see my 360 photos I take every day of wherever I happen to stop, then basically if you sent a donation, then I would do that, because if you wanted to help me get a action for that, just spontaneously happened. I wasn't expecting it to happen, but I did get the action for, so now it's so much easier. So the people that donated to that, thank you very much. It's so much easier to record my drive, and it's better quality doing it with a DJI Action 4. So let me tell you why the truck just started up right now. So you see back here, I have outlets. You can see that there are There are actual outlets on a truck. 2 AC outlets right there and right there that you can use. And the thing up there is a strap. It's like, because you would install a net here if you drove teams. So if I had a team person in here, that there was somebody in the bunk above me, which I don't know how 2 people could live in a truck this size, but if there was someone that was here with me, I would drive for half the day, they would drive for half the day, we'd trade off, the truck would never really stop, unless we were stopping for food or for shower or something like that. But there are AC outlets over there. And above that is where you would put a net in here, because if you're driving, you're not legally allowed to be on the top. You have to be down here in case someone slams on the brakes, then you go flying forward, and you get caught by a net. Okay, so because there are AC outlets on a truck, there has to be a power inverter. Now, there's 2 different ways that you can do power on a truck. You can either do a bunch of batteries in series and use a power inverter to convert it to 120 AC power. There's 2 AC outlets right over there. There's 2 behind me over there. There's, I think, a couple of them underneath this bed. Might be 1 or 2 upstairs too, up in a bunk up ahead of me. But those all are daisy chained in serial and in parallel on the batteries that are in the front of the truck. There's 12 batteries on this truck, and they're all wired series and in parallel going to a power inverter. When the batteries get down to a certain point, within the first 30 seconds of me turning off the truck, if I hit the auto start stop, also known as opti idle button, then what will happen if the batteries get below a certain point is the truck will automatically turn itself on. But you want to talk about freaking me out the first couple of months when I was on the road. I'd be asleep, because these are pretty, soundproofed trucks. They try to be. But I would be asleep, and all of a sudden at 3 a.m. the truck would start up, and I would fling awake thinking someone was stealing the truck. So you want to talk about freaking you out. That would freak you out real quick. But now I just sleep right through it. Now I don't even notice. I'll wake up in the morning, I'll do a pre-trip inspection, and I'll say, oh, well, the power steering fluid's up really high, and so that means the oil temperature is going to be high, so it can't check oil. And I kind of look at things and say, okay, well, it's hotter. It's going to be hotter now under the hood. So anyway, but that's the reason why the truck automatically started, because I've had the laptop on. I've been doing various different things in the truck since I got here about 9 hours ago. Normally about every 9 to 10 hours the truck will have to turn on. So it just so happens it had to turn itself on now. It will charge the batteries until they are at full charge again, then it will shut itself off. So I can't wait until it shuts itself off. Has no one been commenting, really? Oh no, there are more comments. Amazing how good this live stream sounds and looks coming from the back of a truck until the thing came on. I've got to say, I've learned so much from reaction videos. Thank you so much. Bandrew, with such a loud environment, what do you do to protect my hearing? Ignore it. I mean, sadly, you're not allowed to wear, I guess I could wear earplugs or something like that, I guess. But once you get kind of idling, the truck is not overly loud. It's just the same level most of the time. So I kind of just get used to it. And I wouldn't say it's so loud that it's going to probably damage anything, maybe over the course of a 11-hour driving day, but it might a little bit. I should actually get my SPL meter. There's an SPL app on this phone, but I should maybe get an SPL meter and see how loud it is when I drive. Just set it. I have my SPL meter, but it's back at the studio. Thanks for the explanation. I'll have to search for the other channel. Keep making content here, because that's what we're here for. Yeah. Hello, Soundspeeds. This live stream is epic. Thanks, Pack of Grass. 2 months ago, I returned to work as a one-man sound operator for years without touching a boom. I've discovered you recently, and by watching most of your videos that were useful to me, I learned many things. Probably it would have taken me a year and several mistakes to reach the same level of knowledge. Thank you very much for your work. I hope you can keep it up. Yeah, that's the goal. I really love doing sound speeds. All right. So, I guess since the question did come up, or the request came up, I didn't plan on actually showing the truck, but I guess I'll do that. Since it's so cold outside, I'm going to at least put this on, which this is not the jacket you really need. It's, lined, but it's going to be cold. And unfortunately, this is going to suck. I'm going to turn into one of those god awful YouTubers that uses a lav mic and holds it for a moment, which I totally hate when that happens. All right. So, let me get shoes on. I'll show this. I'll go outside and I'll show you around the truck real quick. And then I want to take some sound questions and talk about things. So I don't want to just talk truck all the time. Geez, this is my life right now, and I can't wait to get back into sound. That's why I wanted to do the not very epic live stream. Hide company logos. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything bad about the company. I mean, the company I'm working for, I will tell you this. It's some people refer to it as a starter company. It is one of the companies that will give new drivers a start. And I have a very strong work ethic, as you know. You watch other trucking channels and they always hide them. Yeah, I mean, and that's fine. But you know what? My other channel, I talk about the account I'm on, which is Pods, and the company I drive for, which is Schneider. So I mean, I mean, why are you using to record? What mic? Oh, the VLAV, the DD VLAV. Mainly because if I use my laptop, I have to use my phone as a hotspot. And if I do that, then it is very difficult. Internet doesn't keep up nearly as well because I run out of my data real quick because I upload videos constantly. And I run out of the data, then it starts throttling. So anyway, no, but the company I'm driving for, Schneider, and the account that I drive on, Pods, they've been good to me because they know I'm a hustler. I'm not lazy. I don't complain. Companies can do what they want to do, and if there's one thing you've learned from the film industry, is how to take some crap. So they'll throw stuff at me, and I just kind of, oh, okay, no worries, not worried about it, and it just doesn't affect me. It just bounces right off, and I'm like, okay, new policy, new thing that we have to do. All right, well, it is what it is. So I don't really care, and I work hard, and I'm very aggressive about getting more jobs. So it's like as soon as they require you to put in estimated times of arrival and to tell them when your schedule is going to free up and to tell them how many hours you'll have. And I'm very aggressive about sticking on top of that because I want them to know what's going to be going on so that way they can keep me working. I work, like I said, 25 to 35 days in a row, and then I'm home for 2 days. So they know that I don't waste a lot of time. I don't want to waste time. I'm here to make money. So I'm going to do that, maximize my time. If I'm going to be on the road and I don't have any downtime where I'm seeing my family or able to do things in the studio, then the very least I'm going to do is maximize my time and to try to hit it hard while I'm here. Good day, everyone. Happy New Year, Alan. Hope you and your family the best. Hope for a great 2024 and no 24-hour live stream. So anyway, that's what I'm here for. That's what my plan is. So I'm not going to hide company logos or anything like that because the company is in. They don't pay as much as other companies do. That when you get experience, obviously companies will pay you more. This company, the account that I'm on, is a great place to start. It does pay more on this account than many others do. Geez, is this sound okay? I mean, this is a lav. I guess I don't want to do this. This is god awful when people do that. I can clip it onto my finger. Let me see. Let me do that. Ow, that's gonna suck. You know what? I don't care. I'll clip it onto my finger. Yow. It doesn't feel good though, I'll tell you that. Okay. Oh, that's good. That got a nerve. Ow, ow, ow. Should I wear gloves? Might need it when I go outside anyway. All right, where can I clip this thing? Professional YouTube. I hate that. I hate YouTubers holding lav mics. That is one of the things. I'm going to actually make a video about that. And I'm going to rant about it because I hate that. Oh, good. Explains why I saw you in the Curtis video. Yeah, because I'm driving all over America. Clip it to the hoodie. I would, except that I've already shortened the cable. So anyway, real quick, I'll just show you the way this looks. So this is the inside of the truck. Oh yeah, the ambient boom that I reviewed, that's right here. I have all my food in here, random different clothes and bags and stuff like that, laundry and other things, all kinds of different stuff. I keep all my gadgets and gizmos aplenty in there. Food and things are right behind me over there. I've crammed all of the stuff onto this bunk. That's the upper bunk up there. I have a TV bracket, I just don't use it. And you gotta have your fridge, which all I keep is water and meat, and there's a milk down there and yogurt. Inside of here, this thing is full of Hot Pockets. Did that just fall out? No, it just almost did. I mean, because I have one Hot Pocket a day. And then you gotta have your air fryer. Most people use microwaves. I use an air fryer because it's awesome. Anyway, when I shut down for a 34-hour reset, which is when you have 70 hours like I currently have, remember I mentioned that you have 70 hours that you can use in an 8-day period. If you run out of those hours and you want to work more, you have to do what's called a 34-hour reset, where every single time you have to be, every single day, you have to be off for at least 10 hours. In addition to that 10 hours, when you run out of your 70-hour work week, you have to do what's called a reset. And you have to spend your 10 hours off and then spend an additional 24 hours off. So at the very beginning, to reward myself for hitting it hard for a few days, I always end up having something like a burger, or because I'm someplace where I don't really want to spend $18 on a burger, we happen to have a Little Caesars here, which I made the mistake of getting one of their greasier pizzas. So you can see the grease on the bottom. And I did the happy mistake of putting that on the bed earlier. So now I have a grease spot there. Clip it to the hoodie. No, I'm not an owner-operator. I'm a company driver. Not an owner-operator because there's no way in the world I'm going to spend $100,000 on a truck just to use for a few months. Anyway, the truck is currently idling, as you can see. Gotta have your CB radio because, you know, it's what you got to do, right? Get on the thing, and no, I don't have a handle if you're curious. I used to back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, I went by Maniac. But I don't have one now. Most of the time, it's quiet. Like if I turned it on right now, no one's going to be talking. Let's see if there's... Hey, Breaker 19 for Radio Jet. See.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, he says. All right, so... the company I'm driving for, Schneider, they have a no distractions policy, which is why I keep the mic in there. I abide by company policies. I thought the CB radios were the way of the dinosaurs. Well, I mean, people still use them. If you want to, like right now, bad weather conditions, something like that, you want to know what's going on, people will tell you on a CB radio much quicker than they will, if you're like, oh, look, I just ran into something that's on the road. It's so bad. I really would have wished that I would have known that the road was closed up ahead. They'll tell you on a CB radio real quick. If you're in a traffic jam, they'll say, oh, everyone needs to move into the left lane. So you'll learn that pretty quickly. All right, so sitting here at the truck. All right, out here, let's take a walk. We'll do that. All right, it's gonna get loud out here for a second. But I'll at least show you the way this works. This is the rig. Since you wanted to see it, there it is. Over there, let's take a walk. It's a 53-foot flatbed. It's completely loaded up, except the last few feet because I have two 16-footers and one 12-foot pod on there right now. And then this is a 53-footer, so there's a little bit extra at the back. But anyway, this is the rig. You can see the place I am in the middle of Nebraska. Fields. Not a whole lot. It's not snowing currently. It was a little bit of flakes earlier. But that's it. That's where we are. So, it's a little icy on the road over there. You can see that truck is going over the ice a little bit. You know, it is what it is. Give me a second here. Get situated again. Oh! CB radio was still on. Someone talking. Oh, that's one of the things that they do is they put the speaker for the CB radio right here next to your head when you're driving. I don't know why they do that, but I guess it makes it easier for you to hear if you go deaf. Yow! Oh, jeez! Look at that finger. That is gnarly. That's from where the lav was clipped. Okay, so, oh man, finger's hurt and it's frozen. Sorry, I just dropped the lav. That is horrible. Okay, let's see if I can place this again. Anyway, without me spending a whole lot of time in the freezing weather outside. Sorry, this is god-awful sounding, I'm sure. This is why I got situated earlier. Oh, come on. Why are you doing this? Love. Show me the love. I don't know. How did I do it before? Oh, I looped it around through there. And then I did that. That's what I did. Okay. Not using any adhesives. Okay. Alright, so let's see here. Well, the YouTube people I follow, sound expert into truck driver. Well, currently, I can't wait to get back into sound expert mode. Where am I currently? I am in the middle of Nebraska. Those pods are containment units for The Walking Dead. Not exactly. They were a little bit different. How long until I'm back booming? God, as soon as someone calls me. As soon as someone calls me and says, hey, I got a show, are you interested? I'll say, oh yes, I absolutely am. And that will, and then I'll put in a resignation here. ASMR, please no. For the love of God, no. Alan out here taking damage for content and clicks. Why does it look like Alan is in the middle of a heist gone wrong? Beats me. Did I lock the door? Okay. Okay, let's actually do some sound-related stuff. I don't want to just talk trucks the whole time. It's been 37 minutes now. Trucks are what I'm doing with my life right now. So let's not do this anymore. Someone ask a sound question. I mean, come on. And truck, you can turn off whenever the batteries fill up. All right, so hello from Australia. Dang, locking the door gone really wrong. Well, I couldn't remember if I locked the door or not. And there's no way in the world I want to be inviting to anybody coming in here and saying, oh, maybe he wants to have some company. No, I don't. I'll tell you this, very few people have been in this truck. Actually, every single person that's been in this truck has been someone that's been in one of my videos. My family has. They came in and visited me in the truck one time. Bandrew has. He came and hung out a couple of times. Tom Buck did. Curtis Judd did. Sean Milo, who's part of the Epic Livestream last year, he did. Anyway. All right, let's talk some sound stuff. All right, thanks for the sound questions. What are your opinions about the Deity Theo system? Is it worth it? Suggest the wait and buy Electrosonics WYSICOM after economizing. Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you about the Theos. I have it right here. I'm in the process of doing some tests on it. I've actually performed the same test 3 times because I've had a couple of issues in my testing. Not because of anything wrong with the Theos, but because in my testing here in the truck, in my recording of it, one time I ended up having a short in and the resistor I was using to try to get a noise floor test, it ended up not engaging, so it was an open. It was not using the resistor. It was just infinite impedance. So that I had to redo it. The second time I did it, the screen was blown out, so I couldn't see the gain on it, on the readings. So that means that I was going to have incorrect readings, or I have to go by memory, which I wasn't going to do. I'm going to do it accurately and do it the right way. The third time I did it, it was I did it but I ended up forgetting, or not forgetting, but I did two different tests, a noise floor test in 24-bit and in 32-bit floating point recording. Believe it or not, the noise floor is different depending on which you record in, but I'll release that information in my actual video. Not much different, but it is a little bit different. But I did that testing, and then I forgot to put it in both of those modes at the same time, or in the same time. So I recorded twice at 24-bit because I forgot to do the 32-bit pass. I also did a frequency. Oh, thank you, truck, for turning off. Why is the air on? Off. Turn off. Now it's a lot quieter. So much better. And then I did a test where I recorded snow, or white noise, and I looked at the frequency response at all the different gain levels the same way as I did on my BPTRX video. Basically, if you look at my BPTRX video, I'm doing a lot of the same kinds of tests. But the way I'm doing it is not going to be an hour and 10 minutes like that video was, where I explain everything. I'm doing the testing and just going to be talking through and just presenting the information, because it took me over 100 hours of testing the BPTRX, and that was during 2020 shutdown, so I had all the time in the world. And so I spent like 2 weeks shooting and editing that video, and the Every Deity Lav video too. So it takes a while to do those kinds of videos where you show everything. So instead, I'm basically going to say, hey, I did talk to Curtis Judd. I went out to Curtis's place, and we went through and we created a list, and we did a lot of testing. And then he went on to do some more of his testing. But I'm basically going to start off the video saying, if you want to know most of the stuff about the Theos, check out Curtis's video. If you wanted some stuff that he did not talk about and other people on YouTube probably are not talking about, you're here. And that's when I'm going to present the information that I found that's over what anybody else is going to talk about. So more so than what Michael Wynn, Curtis Judd, those guys are going to talk about. That's the kind of testing that I'll be doing and showcasing in my video, which is not going to be nearly as long as other things. I also have another fun video. Remind me here in a minute to tell you about the ambient slims. Oh, I'm excited about those. Anyway, about the Theo system, I will say this, in my opinion, it is prosumer, entry-level consumer, based on mainly build quality, and the feature set I would say is pro. The tech stuff, I think there's only a couple of things that I would be concerned about over the course of with regards to bulletproofness. I'm not 100% sure that it's going like the big thing Curtis touched on in his video about the battery door. It feels, I don't want to say the word flimsy, but it feels more delicate than does something with a similar form factor like the Audio Limited A10. If you grab the Audio Limited A10, it's dead quiet, well, very quiet when you switch it over, open and close. You don't hear the hinge very much. It feels very solid. On the Deity, it jiggles a little bit, and it's not like it's loose, but it's not overly tight. Like if there was a point of failure on the Deity Theo system, I would think that would probably be it. If I were to guess a second point of failure that could be on a Theos, it would be where you screw and unscrew in a lav. It's solid, but I just don't know how over time it would work. Like on the BPTRX, one of the things I came to learn is that over the course of time, as you screw and unscrew lavs to it, it became one of those things where the little screw where you would screw in the lav would start to get overly loose or overly tight. It would just loosen or tighten just a little bit, and over time it would get a little bit, it would actually get to the point where it would crack a little bit. It made a little noise, so you had to tighten it yourself, and if you didn't know what to do, then you might be in trouble there. I would say, though, that the Theos is a great buy. It's a great package for what it is, and I think for a first iteration of a UHF, basically, and you're going to hear me say this in the video, it is what the BPTRX system should have been. At the end of the BPTRX video, if you recall, I said, Deity, you need to get with the program and make a UHF wireless transmitter and receiver. Well, I'll tell you this. Andrew over at Deity has had me in his inner circle where I am a trusted person, so he will confide information and things in me. And I've known about the UHF system since the BPTRX system, so for 3 years. But I don't talk about it with anybody, because when companies entrust me with confidential information, I don't violate that trust. Many companies, I can tell you right now, do have me in their inner circles and do talk to me about products, and I do consult with them for free. I'll give them information. I tell them what they should do and how products could be better. And Deity is one of the companies that listens, and so I appreciate that about them. I really appreciate about the fact that Andrew is someone that I can reach out to. I can call, I can text, I can email, and he'll respond back. And if I tell him, y'all should look at this into this feature, or you should do this, he'll get back to me and say, we're doing it. That makes reviews of the Deity products very difficult, because if you say something in a video that it should be, he'll say, oh, well, we can do that in a firmware. And then all of a sudden he'll release a firmware in like 3 days and it invalidates all of your tests. And so that's a good and bad thing about Deity. They listen and they're fast moving, but because they're fast moving, sometimes they don't get everything right the way it should be tightened up upon release. Sometimes it takes a little while, and sometimes in the case of like the BPTRX, it might take another iteration of wireless to make it work. The Pocket Wireless was the second Deity Connect system, even though it was still in the Connect world. It still operated like if you used a BPTRX, I'm sorry, the Duo RX receiver, it would work. But it's Deity has a lot of stuff going for it. Sometimes I think they move a little bit too fast at times. The Theos system, I would say, is a great starting point. It is a great starting point for wireless. It is not at a Zaxcom, WizzyCom, Electrosonics level, sound devices level. It is, I would say, better than the new Sennheiser G5 system. It's better than the UWP Sony system. I would say it is, once again, a product that is best in class. So prosumer, entry level, pro, that's where I think that and I think Curtis even said the same thing. That's where I think the Theos system lives. And I have more tests and stuff I'll be presenting information to you for in that video. But that's the long and the short of what it is, without me spoiling my video for that. But there you go. Am I going to make any courses in the future? Yes, probably. I got to say, it's very difficult to make courses when you're on the road. No one wants to see a boom course from a truck stop. I mean, you might, but you're nuts if you do. I got to get back home, and right now it's hard enough for me to keep up with the regular SoundSpeeds content. I do have other videos I want to do, but I'll tell you this: when I first started this channel, I agreed to do 100 episodes and one every 3 days. When I ran out of those 100 episodes, I said I'm going to continue the channel for a bit. And I decided I was going to release one video a week for as long as I did it. Right now I have over 400 videos. And I've released at least one video per week for 400 episodes plus. So we've been going on for almost 7 years now. 7 years as of this June. Technically, I started the channel in May, but I didn't actually start uploading to it until June because I wanted it to be in a more polished format. If you watch my video, my history and my past and the history of SoundSpeed, something like that, I talk about, and I show some of the earliest clips that I recorded in SoundSpeeds. Like, I had a background that was just the room I was in, and I was wearing a red shirt, using a C920 Logitech webcam, which I used at the very beginning of this channel for a while. And I think one of my eyes was irritated with something that got in there. So my eye was completely red when I did my very first test. It was god awful. The knowledge was there, but I looked at it and said, you know what? If I get up there and tell people I'm a professional sound guy, listen to me and sound, no one's going to want to listen to me if I look like I looked on the background that I had. So I said, I got to at least make it look somewhat decent. So I put up the cheap phone thinking I was just going to do 100 episodes. And then after that, I was like, well, the cheap phone sucks. We all know it sucks. I knew it sucked to begin with, but I didn't want to invest if I was going to do the channel for more than, 10 months. But when I continued, I said, all right, now it's time to get a little more serious with it. So I will probably do more courses, but God knows when that's going to be. Let's look at more comments here. All right. Best shock mount for a Sennheiser MKH50 stock shock mount that comes with the mic? No, I never use that one. Logician? I can't stand that one, actually. The one that I personally love is the Sonella Osix 3. That, to me, there's not a better shock mount on the market. The Rycote Envision 6 and 7 are usually the universal ones that I will usually replace the bows on the 7 for the ones with that hold a, that have the brackets in it, not the round one, but it has the, I can't really do it with my fingers, but it looks like that, the grabs hold the MKH50. But you don't have to. You can turn the MKH50 sideways where the round part touches that the regular shock mount. You don't have to have the bracket version unless you want to. It doesn't really matter the orientation of that microphone. So it's more rotationally symmetrical. But that's personally what I would get, is a Sonella Osix 3. I own Sonella Osix 3s, and they are great. I also have the Envision 6 and 7. Which wireless mic setup are you liking these days? I still like, I tell you, my favorite transmitter is the Zaxcom TRX, or ZMT rather, 4. Mainly because it is so friggin' light and still offers 48 volts phantom power. That is a beast. It is so small, it's so light, so tiny. No one else on the market can compete with that, except in range. Other transmitter brands can transmit longer distances. But I think that Zaxcom's ZMT is a very solid transmitter. Now, there are other transmitters I like the functioning and performance of better, but the size-wise, I think that there's not a better one than the ZMT. And very soon, I think that some of these other, I've been there are some manufacturers. When I saw the ZMT was announced, I contacted and said, hey, when are you going to release something that's competing with it size-wise? Because here's the thing. All right, I'm going to give you a little bitty bit of history. Back in the 70s and early 80s, television channels did not have very much kids programming, because the way that it was looked at is, no, we're going to make television content for the people with money, and those are adults. But what was realized is that cartoons, even though kids don't have money, they have a limited amount of control over how money is spent. So they say, oh, I want to go to Mickey Mouse. I want to go to see Mickey Mouse at Walt Disneyland or Walt Disney World. Okay, fine, we'll do a Disney vacation. Oh, I want the new He-Man toy. So that's where I was going with this. What they decided to do is start making some very cheap television content that they could put out on the air. It was extremely cheap, usually done overseas in an Asian country where they could get it dirt cheap. And that's why it was so few frames. It was like 6 to 10 frames per second. The mouths are chaotic. They reuse backgrounds like He-Man. I mean, there's every single frame on that show looked the exact same as every other frame on the show, and they only just rolled and changed the backgrounds a little bit. But it was like every single time he changed into the, He-Man from Adam, he looked the same. Every single time he talked, he looked the same. It was the same angles, always from the front, the side. Whenever he punched, it was always the same pause, and then the same punch. It was always the exact same. Everything looked the same, but the story changed, and it's because the words. And because of that, what they realized is that they could use, the moral of this episode was, when it gets really, really bad out, it's always good to have friends you can count on. The moral of the story, that was a very important thing back in the day. Didn't matter if it was Rainbow Bright for the girls, or Jim, or it was G.I. Joe, or He-Man, or whatever the show happened to be. It got kids to watch, and kids then wanted the merch. They wanted to buy Transformers because they saw it in the Transformers TV show. They wanted to play with it. They wanted to play with all the different toys. And whenever they weren't selling enough of the same things, that's when they would suddenly come out with new episodes and say, oh, guess what we now have is the Dinobots. So then the Transformers were going to have episodes with the dinosaurs, and suddenly you wanted to get all of those. Or He-Man said, oh, guess what? There's a fake He-Man. There's the He-Man that has different. There's a guy that whose skin color changes in sun. So then everybody would get all excited about those and want to see those, and so you'd have all these different episodes. The same kind of thing happens now. If you want to, you can make things. You can make products for people like boom operators if you want them to want it really bad. And so mixers in the past, they would just buy a boom pole. They would buy microphones because they like the way it sounds. Now, boom operators are having boom kits. But when it comes down to it, a lot of mixers are like, man, I'm getting lost in this whole world of digital. The younger people, the utilities and the boom operators are the ones that have the technical knowledge. And they're the ones that said, you need to get this system. You need to get these shark fins. You need to get this and this and this. And mixers are like, oh, okay, I'll get that. And so when it comes down to it, you can get a heavy, clunky cube-style transmitter with limiters, mediocre limiters at best, and it's going to be this big, heavy, clunky lug. Or you can get something like the Zaxcom ZMT4, which is extremely small, extremely lightweight, and makes boom operators so much happier because it is lighter than the copper inside of a cable that would run in the center of your boom pole. So it's lighter to run on the microphone into your boom pole, which also means it's high up and overset, much more so than putting it on your belt or riding it right here at your arms. So it's just like back in the day where kids had a say in where money was spent. Now boom operators and utilities have a say in where money is spent for a sound mixer. You want it to be better? Get this. Okay, this says the mixer, I'll get it. So I think in the next few months, next upcoming year or two, we're going to see some new products that are going to be competing with the size and weight of the Zaxcom ZNT. That is a sneaking suspicion I cannot talk about. But there you go. You don't want any company in your truck. What a loser. Yeah, well, I don't want lot lizards in here, but, you know, Banjo, you've been in this truck a couple of times, probably more than anyone else, and you've not made a move on me, so I'm not that worried about anyone else doing it. I mean, who in the world would make a move on this? How of you usually set up using MM1? Okay, I'm making a recreation of the unit and trying to figure out the ergonomics of cabling. How do I usually set up an MM1? I'm assuming that you mean for a wireless boom. You run a cable into the front. You select the amount of gain, which is 0, 18, 28, 36, 42, 48, 54, 60, and 64, 68 decibels of gain if memory serves. Haven't used an MM1 since Walking Dead Season 8 in 2017. I think that those are the gain options on it. Then you can set things like your roll-off if you want to. You can set things, I think you can set your output gain if memory serves. But you can set a few different things on it. But from there, what you normally you can just go straight out of the line output directly into a cable that goes into your wireless transmitter. What I recommend doing in that case is actually getting an attenuating cable. So it attenuates maybe 10 decibels out of the line output. You're going to get a better modulation, a better saturation of your signal if you do that, going out of the MM1 into your transmitter. It's a pretty hot unit when you go out of it, if you go into a transmitter. So give yourself a little bit more headroom and give yourself about a 10 dB attenuation on the cable output. But that's normally what you would do. You run a microphone in, then you go out of that through an attenuating cable into your transmitter. That's hopefully answers your question. How would you record dialogue in a scene with a truck making that amount of noise? You would get him to turn off the truck. I mean, you can't, if you're doing a scene inside of a truck like this, you're going to say, kill the truck. It's not going to be good. You could try to rely on things like the Cedar DNR2 and stuff like that. or just record it in post and say, good luck, post. Let's hope you can deal with this. But you don't want to deal with that. You don't want to do that. It's more broadband type noise. It's going to be, yes, it's a low rumble. The problem is, just like with a thumper, you turn it up too loud and a thumper starts vibrating and shaking things, which make sounds. You're going to vibrate a chandelier that's going to rattle, and that rattle is going to be over vocal frequencies. So you don't want to end up using a thumper too loud, just like you don't want to have a truck, even if it's rolling, if it's rumbling below your dialogue frequencies. You don't want to end up having it be too much rumble, because it's going to get into your voice, and it's going to just, if not even then getting into post, it's going to cause you more trouble than it's really worth. So don't do that. LOL at Banju. Hi from Sweden. I'm not really cold. Not the homeless 18-year-old runaway. I don't know what that means. It's probably a reference to something I said. Is Octava MK012 still your recommendation for entry-level hyper? Hard to find these days, and looking for an AT4053B, perhaps. You know why the Octava MK012 is so difficult to find this day and age? It's because it's from Russia, and they happen to be in this thing with Ukraine, not the Ukraine. And there's a lot of people taking sides on that. And most of those sides are not lining in with the Russians. So it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for you to find Soyuz, Octava, those microphones. That's the reason why it's probably a little bit more difficult for you to find the MK012s right now. What I will say is you don't need to do the mod on it anymore. When you originally got the, like 15, 20 years ago, when you got the Octava MK012, you had to get the mod kit. Or Bill's Recording could mod it for you. Well, he retired a couple years ago. But so he's not doing the mods anymore. But most of the time, you don't even need to do it anymore, because Octava kind of said, wait a minute, people are modding our mics? Well, what can we do to make it better? And then they started doing that. So you don't really need to do the mod anymore, but you can. It helped the noise floor a little bit. It basically replaced some of the parts with more premium parts, kind of the way that that Rode did with the original Rodent 1, which became the Rode NT1. That's, if you don't know, that's where the original name Rode NT1 came from, the Rodent 1. Rode, what was the company originally called? I forgot. But the owners, it was a failing electronics company. I think that was founded in 1967, if memory serves. And they started having some issues with selling electronics, because, electronics was changing. And when the original founder and owner retired, his son took over. And one of the things, his son went to a convention, and they said there's a whole bunch of really dirt cheap microphones you can get from China. And so he started playing with them, taking out some parts, replacing them with more premium parts, and then says, you know what, I'm going to try selling them. And people loved them. And so they said, well, what's the name of this? And one of the phrases that they used in Australia was they were selling like rats running up a tailpipe, up a gutter pipe, or what is it? What is the phrase? Anyway, you get where I'm going with this. And so they started. So it's like a rodent. So it's the Rodent 1. Then when he was looking for a name of the company to make a new company that manufactured microphones, he said, well, Rode NT1. So that's how the name Rode came about, with the NT1 as their flagship original microphone. So you can actually look at the history of Rode on their website. I can't remember the original name of the company now. I think it was founded in 1967. Don't remember the original founders. But that microphone is... it's kind of, Octava's done something very similar with how they just kind of started modifying their stuff. What's my stance on holding a lav mic in front of your face rather than clipping on the shirt to sound better? I hate people that hold mics in front of them. Hold a lav mic. It is absolute trash. I'm going to make a video about that. I almost did this last time I was at home, and if I did, it was going to be the episode that was airing today. But I got home December 23rd in the late afternoon. I saw my family a little bit. I saw them Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and I left again and hit the road on the 26th. So I didn't have time to do a whole lot of content creation, much less kind of figure out where I wanted to go with that and to make it the way I wanted it to be. I wanted to hit it really hard and fast. A shorter video, kind of like I did in my video that is how to eliminate popping and crinkling in Windows. the Windows operating system. I want to hit it really, really fast with a little couple of things of sarcasm in there and a couple of things of a couple of jokes. But I personally hate it when people hold lav mics. And so many people do it. And honestly, whenever I watch somebody do it, I start gritting my teeth and it makes me want to rage. What's even worse is when someone does it in a reaction video. Or even worse than that is when someone decides they're going to watch a video, and even though if they let the video play, it would tell you everything that's happening in the video, but instead they talk over the video telling you what they're saying in the video. That is probably the most single triggering, most annoying type of video I see on YouTube. Someone says, oh, look at what's happening here. He's picking up the weights. And now what he's going to do is he's telling the guy this, and then he's going to go over and make it look like he's cleaning underneath the weights, but he's going to pick it up and make it look effortless. And it's like, watch the video. It could take you 30 seconds to watch the YouTube short, but it's going to take the guy a minute and a half to tell you everything that happens, or he's mumbling through it. That to me is really annoying. I hate that. And it's not a far stretch from people that hold lavalier microphones in front of their face. Love the hoodie. You look like a Jedi. May the sound speed be with you. Oh, that's David Peterson's channel. I picked up the Deity TCSL1 slate after watching your video with Andrew. Tough little unit, but I won't be throwing it around like you guys did. You know what's funny? Is after I did that video, I used it in a class I taught in the real world talking about time code. And then after that, one of the guys in the class said, hey, I'm interested in getting that. I said, well, you want to borrow it for a little bit? And he said, yeah, sure. And then I went to teach the class again the following month or two, and I could not remember where it was. I was like, where is my time code stuff? And I was like, where is it? I turned my entire studio over, and then I was like, oh, I loaned it to Ryan. So I called up Ryan and says, hey, I'm teaching that class again tomorrow. Can I borrow it back? And he said, yeah, I'm not using it. And then I said, I'll let you have it back right afterwards. And that was, I think, in like May, maybe April. He's been borrowing my stuff for over 6 months. I need to get it back. I would not have thought about it if it wasn't for this video. I'll be like, where's my time code stuff? He's been using it. If he's been on set at all. He's probably been renting it to production. I should ask him for a cut. Anyway, since it's been a pretty rough year for me. Hi from France. Happy New Year. Thank you very much. Oh gosh, I'm gonna totally butcher your name. Tite de Mort Audio Pro. I probably butchered it, and I apologize. Okay, if you compare the Comtech PR 2016 to any other IBIS system, how do they sound? Well, I'll tell you this. Comtechs they allow you to hear stuff for very little battery power. They're extremely effective at battery. I mean, basically, you can take a completely spent battery out of Electrosonics transmitter and stick it in a Comtech, and it'll still run for 2 days. If there's any electrons at all left in the chemical composition of a battery, it will suck it out and use it. For that, you're not getting much sound quality. It's very muddy. It's very mushy. I mean, it doesn't sound good very well, very, very good at all. If you were to take an old school pot-style telephone and you turned it into an IFB monitoring system, that's a Comtech. It's not great. But they're cheaper than any other product that's similar on the market, but yet they are rugged and they're extremely battery efficient. Especially in the era when we were using disposables, you could easily set up something where you would dispose of your batteries out of the transmitters you use by putting them in your Comtechs, and they would last, extended amount of time. So that came in handy. Now we use rechargeables for almost everything. Almost everybody uses rechargeables, so it's not really as big of a deal as it used to be. But that's my system about and Comtech. And I'll tell you this: the Comtech, the PR75 TV56, those aren't that much different than the 216s either. It's another variation. Comtech just makes Comtechs, and they're all basically very, very sparing on battery power, and they provide sound, and they're pretty rugged, but they're not overly expensive. Thanks for the somewhat epic live stream. This is the Not Very Epic live stream. I rewatched your last 2 years over the past few days. Great stuff, Alan. Thanks very much, Brett. Oh, I miss them. Ever use boundary mics for anything? Yes, plants. Boundary mics especially have a good purpose when you're in a vehicle You can put a boundary layer microphone right up against the roof because there's usually acoustic type padding against the roof that keeps it from sounding so bad off of the reflections that come off of a roof. And a boundary layer mic is going to make it sound even better, and it's going to basically increase the pickup range because you have yourself. If you have an Omni style microphone and you put up against a surface like this, then the reach doesn't just do this. The reach goes like twice as far out. It basically expands out along a single phase. If you ever do something, it's also known as an impact mic. If you ever, like I did Stomp the Yard 2, whenever they were doing stomp, when they were stepping, we put a boundary layer mic on the ground right there on the stage. So that way, as they were stepping, you would hear the smack of their feet on the ground. It would have some concussive sound to it. It sounded really good. You can also use BLMs. You got to keep in mind, anytime you put your ear or a microphone against a wall, it's going to sound more dispersed. It's going to sound more diffused. It's not going to sound as focused, as detailed. And so if you put a BLM boundary layer mic on a wall, it's going to lose a little bit of that fidelity, not a whole lot because of the way it's designed. But it's still going to lose some of it. So you need to be aware of that. Okay. Studio Economic in Montreal pulled their remaining stock and would not sell them after the start of the invasion 2 years ago. I guess you're talking about the Octava. Like a rat up the drain pipe. Yeah. Again, what learned. A couple of weeks ago, Doc Rock was talking about Rhodes' early days, and you were pretty much spot on with what I read. Your family comes first. Never forget that. Absolutely. Happy New Year, Alan. What's your top mic for run and gun setup in 2024 and why? What are you picking? MKH40, 8060, CMID 5U, 4017B. Mainly picking up voices and sometimes live instruments from the UK, love. Run and gun. It's not my favorite microphone, but I will say this. For the money, $1,000, you really can't go wrong with a 416 in that environment, in a run and gun type scenario. It's pretty much a one-stop shop for any kind of thing you want to point it at. My favorite microphone is still a DPA 4017B. My friend Sean Milo has a DPA 2017, and he has a loaner 4017B. He's going to be doing some sound comparisons of some point, and he'll be sending me the comparison and let me listen to it. I would also need to get my hands on the 2017 to see if it's going to surpass the 4017B as my favorite microphone, even though I don't think it will, personally. The 4017B sounds so good to me. And so that's going to be a difficult one to beat. But I would say if you're on a budget, if you are under $500, I would say the microphone to get would be the Rode NTG5, excuse me. Mainly because it's $500. It's a very solid microphone for what it is. Make sure you register that 10-year warranty. Take it up for 1 year. And be very aware that it comes with a lot of accessories. So for that $500, you're getting a good mic and you're getting a lot of accessories. So it's going to save you some money. Then the next step up, I would say, is to get the 416. And then you can go CMIT 5U. But personally, I like the 4017B better. A lot of people like the CMIT 5U because of how bright it is and basically how it sucks in sound. To me, it doesn't have as much off-axis rejection as other microphones. Yes, it sucks in sound, but a lot of it is more mid-focused in my opinion. It's very bright. It still picks up bass, don't get me wrong, but it picks up mids a lot better. I'm not a fan of many of the microphones that are on the market. I do like the CS3E a lot. The CS3E is probably my second favorite microphone after the 4017B. I really like the Sanken CS3E. It is a very directional microphone. It is bright, but it's not forgiving. So if you're not a very solid boom operator, you don't hit axes properly, you're not going to do well with it. But if you can put out a 15-foot pole and you can hold it 4 feet over someone's head and nail them in the mouth, oh, it's going to sound good. You're going to drop everything around it, noise floor wise, probably down like to 1/8 of its volume because you're going to be dropping about 24 decibels. So It's a good one. 4017B is just, it sounds so freaking good. The detail of it is spot on. It doesn't try to embellish certain sounds. It doesn't try to be overly bright. It doesn't try to give you an extended bass boost. That way you can kind of, you have more bass as you go farther away. So you're like, wow, the bass is still there. The fundamental vocal frequencies, I'm hearing them. It sounds great. Like some microphones do, where they cheat it by giving you a bass boost, and then you get farther and farther away, and like, wow, listen to the reach on this microphone, and then you realize if you listen to it, you're lacking some of the mids and highs, but because you hear the fundamental vocal frequencies, you forget about them and don't think about it. DPA sounds like your ears do. It simply picks up the way sound does in nature. So the farther you are from something, the more distant it sounds, linear. I personally love that microphone for the way it sounds. Now, if you're used to other microphones that color the sound, you might need to get used to the way a DPA sounds. It is sometimes something you have to listen to, and you're like, wow, I feel like it's lacking. Give it a little bit of time, you'll realize that it sounds really good, and it's not lacking anything. It's just that you're used to coloration in your sound, and your sound sounding different. If you want it to sound like a post-mix, sure, fine. Go for an MKH50, but then, you know, if it's detailed enough, which I don't think the 50 is nearly as detailed as the 4017B, it can sound fine. It can sound fine with a 50, or it can sound so much better by the time that post does their magic to it with something like a 4017B. Personally, I would rather have more detail than an extended bass boost. There you go. Hopefully I answer that. Wow. Ever watched the second Stomp the Yard? I may watch it now. I like the sinking cub in a car to use to complement the COS 11. Yeah, they're both bright. That's the thing, that I'm not a big fan of the COS 11 personally, or the Cub one. The Cub one has served a purpose back in the day. It was a lot cheaper than the Shep's BLM. And it was the main BLM that was out there until DPA came out with the BLM 4060, and then the BLM 6000 attachment that you could put a 4060 series lav inside of, or a slim. But now there's better options. My personal favorite plant microphone to use is a DPA 4018 with an E active cable or G active cable. E or G active cable, because basically it uses the electric power off of a transmitter, so a power supply is not necessary, and the capsule is this big. You mount it someplace. It is a full pickup pattern of a supercardioid type microphone with the 4018 reach, but against a hard surface, so it's kind of got a boundary layer of type effect to it, where the 4018 capsule doesn't have nearly as much reach as others, but if you put it up against a surface, oh, it's going to dial in on that sound really well. So I don't think there's a better plant microphone than the 4018. Picked up the 416 in December. Happy I hear I made a wise choice. Yeah, nothing wrong with it at all. Everything you just said about it, the 4017B, I feel about the 8060. It feels, I feel it has less self noise than the 416, but I wasn't loving its flat natural sound. Okay. Yeah, 40. I think people were kind of expecting the 80, the 60, the MKH 60, and the 80 60 to kind of be a replacement for the 416, but it's got a different sound. It's not like as close as the 50 and the 80 50 is, even though there are definite differences. The 50 has an extended bass boost. It has extended bass than the 80 50 does, which means it's going to have more reach. Also, when you get a little bit closer, the 8050 is going to be a little bit more detailed, in my opinion. Plus, it's modular, so you can use things like you have accessories where you can bypass the entire preamp and use some of the accessories that go straight in, or that it builds it onto a gooseneck, or different type of things like that. The 8050 is a solid mic. It's a very solid mic that you can use. My leg is just about to cramp up. Don't cramp up. Don't cramp up. I feel the calf starting to seize up because I was sitting on it. I'm probably sitting in the grease from that Little Caesars pizza. I'm not going to notice it until I go to sleep tonight. Then I'm going to be laying there and saying, what is it? What am I in? And then I'm going to say, oh, great. Because I did something brilliant. I put the pizza, I was watching something on my laptop right here. If you're wondering, Are You Being Served? The old British sitcom from the 80s or 70s, actually. I think is when it started. But I was watching reruns of it right here on my laptop. I got that pizza because I'm at a truck stop that has a diner and I don't want to spend $18 on a burger. So I'd rather spend $8 on an entire pizza, even though it's nowhere near as healthy. But then with that there, I put the pizza here and I sat back a little bit farther. So I put the pizza right in the middle of the bed, right about where my midsection is going to be when I go to sleep. So my hands and my legs and stuff like that, because I wear shorts when I go to bed, it's gonna be touching the grease, the grease spot from the bottom of that pizza. I mean, God love pizza when it's greasy. I personally love it. Pizza Hut still makes my favorite fast food pizza. It's by no means my favorite pizza out there. Mellow Mushroom, I'll tell you this, when I did Them Season 2, almost did last year, in 2022, sound mixer was Bud Raymond. When I worked with him on Them Season 2, I was talking about pizza. I kept getting Pizza Hut pizzas, and we would chow down on them. And then I said, well, what's your favorite pizza? He said, Mellow Mushroom. I'm like, I couldn't recall Mellow Mushroom pizzas since back in like the yesteryear. It was years ago. And he said, no, we went to a place at one point, and then they said, we're done with sound, so we'll be out here for another hour finishing up the inserts and stuff with camera. Go on, sound can go on back to the stages. And we're like, okay, well, why don't we go get a pizza? There was a Mellow Mushroom nearby. And he says, I'm going to get what I want, which is a pepperoni and jalapeno Mellow Mushroom pizza, extra well done. Now, the difference is you put it in there for an extra 2 minutes at 400 degrees. And it makes the pepperoni a little bit crispy. It takes a little bit, it makes it fully cooked jalapenos. Everything, the bread is a little bit more crispy. Just everything, the flavors pop a little bit more to me. Bud Raymond is right on yet another thing he says. They make a good pizza, and it is now, he ruined me with telling me, you're going to try this Mellow Mushroom pizza. Double pepperoni with jalapenos, extra well done Mellow Mushroom pizza. It's $32, but it's good. It's good. This year it's been very difficult for me to justify buying a Mellow Mushroom pizza, but I would so love to. Okay, hey man, you don't have any questions. I just wanted to pop in and say I love your videos. Stillhead, thank you so much. Keep it up. I'll do my best. Stand up and crap will go away. Stand up and the crap will go away. Is that potty mouth humor? I don't know. Opinions on the Sanken CS3E. Love it. It's my second favorite microphone. Here's what I will tell you. It is unlike some microphones that are long shotguns. It is about the size of 416. It's slightly longer. I think it's slightly longer, but it's very small. But it has a very narrow pattern. So if you point that at something, it's going to be brighter. You're going to pick up a little bit more highs. But it has the ability to not just have a cone of pickup like this. It has a cone of pickup like this. So if you put it on the end of your boom pole and you hang it over somebody, you better know how to nail an axis. Because if not, it's going to sound like it's pretty far away. More so than a long shotgun microphone. If I could have a choice of any microphone and not a 4017B, I'd probably choose the CS3E, even though it is brighter. It does sound brighter. But it is a good microphone. When I was working on Legacies 2 years ago with Shirley Libby, we were out in the woods at one point, and we were using the Shep Cement 5U, and I was just, because that microphone, it sounds good, it doesn't have as much rejection as other mics because it's designed to suck in sound. And I was hearing so much of the trucks and the warehouse noises from right behind us, and I was getting so frustrated at it. So I was like, man, what I wouldn't do for a CS3E. And she says, oh, I have one. Bring them a CS3E. I'm like, you have a CS3E? She's like, yeah. I'm like, I was so loving it. And that microphone in the hands of a skilled person that knows how to use it, it's a good sounding microphone. That was not me taking a smoke. That was me saying that was good. A-okay. Oh, man. That's a good sounding microphone. That's a good mic. I like it a lot. As a matter of fact, I had a contact, and I think it was during 2020. I reached out, and I was going to be doing a whole bunch of location videos. And so I looked at it and I said, you know what? Would you send me a CS3E? It was not Sanken. It was a different company. It's not the Sanken company in America, which I'm not going to name, that basically is in charge of reselling Sanken. It was a different company, and I had convinced them basically to give me a CS3E. I basically said, if you send me a CS3E, then what I would do is I'd put your information in the credits, and anytime I use it in a video, I'd say, supplied to me by. And I casually mentioned it when I was on the phone talking to him one day, and he was like, you know what? I'll send you a CS3E. That'd be good value, actually, for us if you mention that. And I said, sure, I'll do it, no problem. Because I'm not like doing a sales pitch or anything, but I would say, and the CS3E, courtesy of such and such, and then go on with the video. I'd get a chance to use a microphone I absolutely love in pretty much any location shoot I did, and it would be something that would be a recognition for them too. So it would be a mutual thing. But I never followed up with them. I got busy. It was 2020, and I decided I was going to do a whole bunch of different types of videos that year, and I just never followed up with them. I decided that, for example, one of the things I did was I used the NTG8, and I put it 12 feet away from me when I did that video, talking about the water, about how to protect your transmitters electronics from water. And I just did different types of things, and I never followed up with them. And then the guy later left the company. I called him up just to chit chat with him, and I was going to say, oh, and by the way, if you still have an interest, I'll still take it. I called, and he was no longer in the company. So, oh well. Eventually, one of these days, I'll get a CS3E, or somebody will give me one. I don't care. I don't need more gear, as you guys know. As a matter of fact, I've actually thought about selling some. I've thought about selling some of the gear I have. I'll say it. There was a time I would say, oh yeah, cool, I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy one of those. 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 I'll review that. And then when I'm done with the review, I'm just going to archive it. Or, oh yeah, cool, I'm going to buy one of those. Or I bought some things on an impulse. But I'm at the point in my life now, I'm approaching 50, where I don't want to just have things that serve no purpose. And why do I need to hold on to so many things that don't really have a purpose to me? And I don't want to make it sound like gear in general doesn't have a purpose, but if I'm not using it, why keep it? I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool to have it. I don't do the Bandrew thing where I compare microphones to every other microphone in existence in my videos. And I don't do a whole lot of reviews because I choose not to. I don't want to. I don't want to review products. It takes me so long to do it because the kind of testing I want to do is the kind of testing that no one else does, and that takes forever to do. And then by the time my video airs, it's way after all the big channels do, so my video gets like 300 views in a year, and very few people see it, even when they search directly for it. Mr. Joe Knows Sound, who says, yes, this microphone sounds good. Here I'm talking into it. Listen. And I'm not going to breathe into it. And now you can hear how I sound when I breathe into it. And pop, 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 pop. Hear the plosives? See, this is the microphone. There's my review. His video will get 5 times the views of my video per day more than mine. And the channel is much smaller. But that's the kind of thing. That's playing the algorithm, and that's also what you get for releasing a video later. And not just that, because it takes me so long, and because whatever, I just don't choose to do a lot of reviews. Still, remind me to tell you about ambient here in a few minutes. For a match the CMIT 5U, what would it be best to get a CMC 641? Not necessarily. CMC 641 is more of a neutral sounding microphone. The way Michael Wynn says it, he says it sounds like your childhood, because a lot of childhood movies and TV shows use that microphone. CMIT 5U is more bright, so it's probably going to be a match to something like a COS 11D. Much more so than, in my opinion, a CMC 641 would be. But then, CMC 641 inside and a CMIT 5U outdoors, different sound. Some people, I know, Shirley Libby uses a CMIT 5U all the time. Indoors and outdoors. Some people do. Some people use a 50 indoors and a CMIT 5U outdoors. Some people use Cement 5U indoors, and then outdoors uses something a little more, longer and more directional. I've seen all kinds of different configurations. Depends on the mixer. I think it was referring to your cramp in your leg. Oh, you just missed a letter. What letter did I miss? Dang autocorrect. Stand up when you feel it coming on, and leg cramp will go away. Yeah, I know. Back in the 90s, I was actually a dancer, and before that, I was a martial artist. Actually, I was a martial artist before and after. I did martial arts for about 20 years. And so, yeah, I know how to get out a leg cramp most of the time. It's just I didn't want to leave the frame. Suddenly stand up and yell down to you. I don't want to do that. I'll just sit there and tolerate it. Stay safe out there, driver. Crazy. It's crazy these days. Been trucking since '07. Never done flatbed, many years of reefer, and now doubles and triples. Happy New Year. So if you do triples, then that means you go out in Salt Lake City and Reno and like Montana and stuff. I tell you, I like seeing a triple on the road. Most of the time, the triples are 28 footers. You have triple 28 footers, and every time I see a triple when I start going out west, I'm like, triple! I get so excited because I know it's a hassle to drive, an extra long truck or something like that. There's a lot that can be said for them, though. They're cool to see. Or a road train, as sometimes they're referred to. And yeah, you know how right now, as of the time of this video, there's a storm coming in. It's about to hit California in the next couple of days. And then it's going to be going over the Rockies. Well, guess where I'm going? Right now I'm in Nebraska. I'm shut down for my 34 right now, so I'm not leaving again until... What is today? What is today's date? Today's Monday. It doesn't matter what the date is. Today's the 1st. It's January 1st. That's what the day is. And it's a Monday, because Christmas was a Monday, and this is a week later. So that's how I have to figure out my days. I'm not going to remember tomorrow. But tomorrow, Tuesday, I'll still be part of my 34 shut down, and then I'll hit the road again on Wednesday. I'll be arriving in Wyoming on Wednesday, early afternoon. Then by Thursday, I'll be in Idaho. By Friday, I'll be in Oregon. So I'll be going through it right as that storm's going through there and starting to freeze up the Rockies. I'm not looking forward to it. If the gods are on my side, if God is on my side, how people always say, the gods are on my favor. I think I have a path that is going to have me maybe encounter a little bit of snow, but not be ultra bad by the time I shut down. By Friday. I'll be in Oregon on Friday. I know we're technically not supposed to explain where we're going and what we're doing. But you don't know where in Oregon and where in Idaho I'll be going, and where in Wyoming. I'm in Nebraska someplace. I could be in the north part of Nebraska or the south part of Nebraska. If I'm going up north in Nebraska, then it could be me going across 90, going through like Gillette, Wyoming, and then over. If I'm going in the south part of Wyoming, it's going to be on 80. Wyoming is not a very easy state to go through. Mainly because they close it down all the time. They're like, the wind's too strong. If you're in a truck there's 70 plus mile an hour winds. If you're in a truck that weighs less than 50,000 pounds, we're shutting down the road for you. You have to weigh over 50,000 pounds. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to travel on Interstate 80. Oh, there's some snow. Let's shut down the road. Let's do it. So you end up having every truck in the world that's trying to get through there. I have not had to encounter that just yet. I've gone through the wind. I've gone through Wyoming a few times now. And including in 70 plus mile an hour winds. If you're careful, you know what you're doing, you can do it. And do it safely. And I will be going through Wyoming again in a couple of days. Hopefully I'll be able to beat that storm before it comes in and freezes everything. Anyway. Hi there, Woat. Hi there, once again. The logician thinks, yes, autocorrect, help me. I hope 24 picks up quickly for you so you can get back to working closer to home. I would love that. But you have to do what you got to do to provide for your family. I worked away from home a lot, sometimes up to 5 months. I'm sorry to hear that. Banjo is a force of nature when it comes down to comparative mic reviews. It does. Bandrew is amazing. And if you don't watch his BSP, his Bandrew Says podcast, that's another amazing thing he does, where if someone asks a question, how does this microphone sound to this microphone? He'll just grab them and do a comparison. How does this microphone sound on this interface versus this interface? He'll tell you his opinion after he gives you a sound comparison. He's amazing at comparing mics. I mean, what I do is I say, you want a mic comparison, watch someone else. But if you want this, then watch my video. I mean, you could say that's a cop-out, but one thing I really don't like doing is the same thing as everyone else. I don't like doing the same content as everyone else. Everyone on YouTube does similar reviews, and they test the same things. Watch my SM7B April Fool's Day video from this year, and you'll see how, if I want to go over the top crazy with an SM7B review, I'll do it. Okay. I just purchased a second-hand Rode NT3, not an NTG3, hypercardioid for 800 AUD. Its body is a cross between an LDC and an SDC. I'm hoping it goes okay for use on a static boom pole. It'll probably be okay for you. I've not heard too many things about the NT3, so you have to let me know what you think. Any crazy truck stories out there? Best and worst aspects of the job. Okay. Crazy trucking stories. Let me see if I can think of something. Okay. I'm going to ask you a question here. Let's see, my foot goes to sleep again. My leg. If you were driving a truck, a semi, down the road, and there is an animal in your path, what do you think you need to do? What do you think it is advised that you do, safety-wise? What do you think is recommended by companies and by the DOT/FMCSA, Federal Motor Carriers Safety Administration, and Department of Transportation? What do you think they recommend you do? Think about it. Write it in the comments if you want to. I will tell you in about 10 seconds. It was quite surprising when I first heard it, but it makes sense as to why. Okay, I'm about to tell you. They will tell you not to swerve, because if you swerve in a big truck, you could jackknife, you could, you could depending on the incline and beginning. I mean, if there's a car to your left, you could smash another car and kill a family. You smash a family to your right, or if you're on the shoulder, you could quickly whip over there and suddenly you're going down a hill and you roll the truck or whatever else. You could kill yourself and kill others. Put on the brakes and brace for impact. Smack that animal. That's what they tell you to do. Makes sense, doesn't it? The truck is not going to have a problem at all surviving a impact with an animal. I have hit 3 animals since I've been driving. They've all been birds. The first time I was driving in the day, it was in Richmond, Virginia, I believe, in the Richmond, Virginia area, and a bird flies in from the left-hand side. I see it just for a split second, like one frame, and then it smacks into the driver's side windshield wiper, which was not going at the time, and then all of a sudden the windshield wiper goes vertical. Thanks a lot, bird. And then like a week later, I'm driving in the middle of the night because that's when I like to drive. I see quickly in my headlights an owl come out of nowhere, and it smacks the left corner of my windshield. Doesn't crack the window or anything like that, but it smacks the front left window. An owl. Then about a month after that, I was driving at night again. Didn't see anything or hear anything, but it was an open interstate in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing up above. No trees, no power lines, anything like that. And all of a sudden I hear a thud above me hitting that part way up there. This part way up in here above the windshield. So the windshield is down here. It's that part way up there. I'm going to mess up that microphone again, aren't I? And so what else could it possibly be? A bat maybe, or an owl. This thing had more meat on it. It was an owl. So I've hit 2 owls and I've hit 1 miscellaneous bird since I've been driving. Now, talking about birds. This is not my story, but it's a story that was told to me when I first started. When I was told this policy of just hit an animal. So there was a driver that was hitting the road, starting up. And he was just starting to drive. He gets out there, his very first week, and he is driving through one of these little small places, and a wild turkey jumps out in front, sees the truck coming, starts to take air, and smashes and goes right through his windshield and lands in his driver's side seat. Bird's dead. He's grounded for a week because they have to do a full repair on his truck and get the glass out and restore it to safety and that kind of stuff. He hits the road again. And 3 days later, the same exact thing happens. Another turkey flies in through his driver's side window and lands in his driver's side seat. And he's like, why are these turkeys doing this? But that's one of those things where when I heard that story, I started laughing. I was like, man, the turkeys are out to get him. It's like the birds, Alfred Hitchcock, but bird edition, turkey edition. I was like, if it's near Thanksgiving, he's going to be a popular guy. Hey, dude, drive around with me. Come get me a turkey. I'll tell you, that'd be funny. Anyway. What's crazy is a double 53 foot that runs in northern states. Oh, I don't doubt it. Double 53. I have seen not a double 53. I saw a 28 with a 53 behind it. And at first I said, why would you do it that way and not the 53 and then the 28? But that's because there's more tail swing on the shorter trailers, as you know. The longer the trailer, the more delay there is. So if you're driving forward, for example, and you make a turn, a 53-foot trailer is going to turn wider but slower than a 28-footer, which is going to turn like half as fast. And when you add more 28-footers behind or something like that, they're all going to whip quicker. Because between the trailers, there's a little bitty bar. I guess, it's a connect. I don't know what it's called. Oh yeah, I do. Forgot what it's called, but it's a trailer hitch type thing that goes between one 28-footer or 53 or whatever and another one behind it. But it's in line with the rear axle. So as you start to turn over here, it kicks out a little bit. So that way it helps you make your turn just a little bit, but still it's a lot of whip. And you add a triple in there. And if you have 3 28-footers, then it's basically 9 times the tail swing is going to be affecting that rear trailer. So it can get out of control real quick if you let it. The one that owns the most tech when he dies wins. Well, it's not going to be me. Just shut down for the night in West Memphis. West Memphis. You know what? Time off with Lee. Send me an email. My email address is down below. If you and I ever end up in or near the same kind of place, let's hang out. Let's grab a burger or something like that. Granted, hopefully I'll get a call and I'll get back on set soon, but it might be this time right now. By the time I go home now, it'll be around the 20th. Yeah, I got back on the road on December 26th, and I think I'm going to be going home around the 20th of January. And I would love nothing more than if some sound mixer called me and says, hey, Alan, are you available as of January 23rd or something? I'd be like, yes. And then I'd move out of the truck. Will I miss it? No. But if IATSE goes on strike later this year in the negotiations for the AMPTP, guess what? I am now able to do this. And my clearinghouse score is still 0. So as long as I can keep that, I think I'll be very marketable. And if I end up having to jump on the road again in July during another strike, I can go on with another company and make more money than I'm currently making. So maybe even get something that's local or regional and get home every week. That'd be so awesome. Yes, it's triple 28 or double 48. I only really pull them in Ohio and Indiana Turnpike. Gotcha. I'm lucky and run local and overnight. I'm pretty spoiled at work, especially for a trucker. Well, that's good. That's a good thing. I tell you, I like driving overnight, personally. I just drove in this morning. I got up last night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, even though I'm in Central Time right now. And I got up, I called my family, spoke to them on the phone, saw them bring in the new year, watching the ball drop, and then watched fireworks and stuff with them for a little bit. And then got off the phone, got off of a Zoom call with them, and then it was like 11:30 and I hit the road. So I hit the road and I was hoping to see some fireworks driving across Missouri. Didn't see one firework. I saw the sky in a distant area light up a little bit over the horizon. Never once saw a firework. Very, very disappointed. Um, but I prefer to drive overnight because there's less traffic. And also, when you stop just after lunchtime, which is most of the time when I stop, you don't have to deal with traffic. You don't have to deal with fighting for a parking space nearly as much. Like when I did my tour here a few minutes ago, you saw there was very few people in this parking in this lot right now. And right now it's 5:47 this time zone, and I'm pretty sure that it's still going to have quite a few spots out there. I don't have to fight for parking like I do if I drive. When I first started, I wanted to drive more overnight, but I didn't have my system down yet. So I would sometimes end up driving until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and I would have to fight for the very worst parking spots in a yard. And I mean, it would be like you wouldn't have very much forward room, so I'd end up going forward, backward, forward, backward, forward, backward, trying to wiggle into a space. And they only teach you like one way of how to do an alley dock in trucking school. And when you work for companies, as long as you can make a left hand driver's side back, they're like, okay, well, you can do it. They don't teach you how to do it in a smaller space or how to do it. Basically you just pull up and you go to the right to noon and then to the left to 9 o'clock, and that's it. If it's tighter than that, you're out of luck. If it's really tight, like that truck stop is in Port Wentworth in the Savannah area, you go there and there's a couple of those parking spaces that only has like 40 feet of pull-up room. So you have to basically snug in next to something, and you have to basically, if your space is here, you have to basically put your line right in here, and you have to start getting to the point where you can make your pivot right there, and you basically have to turn yourself into a right angle by the time you get all the way up there, otherwise you're going on the curb. And then you have to be able to turn your wheel back the other way at the exact right time to angle yourself in there so you can start wiggling forward and backward until you get in the position and take your angle out of your tractor. It's annoying. Anyway, I don't like that truck stop. I go to Hardyville, which is one up, and it's an additional 10 to 12 minutes, and it's so much better per truck stop. The reason why that one's so busy at Port Wentworth is because they offer deals to major carriers, the big carriers, in fuel costs. So, like Schneider, my company, will have us stop there for fuel assignments. Pedal to the metal. Well, with a governed truck at 65 miles an hour, it's not very fast. Hit the gas. Yeah, right. Keep driving. Will do. Never swerve for an animal. There you go. Exactly right. I've learned a lot on your channel, and it's one of my favorite audio-related channels. Thanks for making content. Thank you so much. Know Your Joe. Unseen it. Unsee it. Oh, I see. Hammer down. Keep driving mass. Okay. If you can safely change lanes without sudden actions, but never swerve. Exactly right. If you can slow down safely, and if you slam on the brakes, you're going to jackknife, or you could. I mean, if you're not perfectly straight, you're going to potentially jackknife. So don't do that. If you see a big foot, do you take out your camera or field recorder? No, it'd be gone before I got there. Happy New Year from Italy. Happy New Year indeed, Corrado. Hobby Lobby out of Oklahoma City will run a 57 or 53 foot on the turnpike train. It's a long load. Yeah, it is. Hey there, Linda. Hope you're enjoying the quick releases. Have you seen the 57-foot trailers Walmart runs in certain areas? No. If I have, I don't recall it. I think there's a 60-footer that they can run in Canada. But it has to be, I think they have to use cab overs for a very small cab that's basically like the size of a twice as wide, phone booth. That's not much room at all in those things. But they do that because the length of the truck is too long. And I think they run a 60 footer is what I learned back in trucking school. It's crazy. As soon as I hit the road on Monday night, I will fire up the Andrew Says podcast. He keeps me company on many long nights. Yeah, he does the same thing with me. I used to always enjoy listening to it on the drive into work on Monday morning. Now I usually listen to it as I'm wrapping up my night on Sunday here before I settle down for bed. I used to get gas in those places when I used to go between North Carolina and Florida. Time to sleep, nearly 1 a.m. here. Another work day tomorrow or more today. It was nice to hang out here for a while. Drive safe. Thank you very much, Dane. I used to go on ride-alongs with my grandfather who drove a rig. Stay safe. Happy New Year. Happy New Year indeed, Ranger 7 Studios, who is the star video in today's episode. Truck stops. Flying J or Loves? Loves has better bathrooms and showers than Flying J, but then Flying J, you accrue rewards quicker with them. They also like do challenges. You fuel up. Every time you fuel up, you get a bag of meat sticks or you get a drink or something. They'll do these what they call challenges like once a month or something like that, and you can get some free things out of that. They also on their app they have offers where you can get free offers for or not free offers, but you can get like 2 king size candy bars for buy 2 get 1 free if you want to spend $5.75 for 2. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've lost like 50 pounds since the beginning of this summer, since I started doing the trucking thing, because when I'm on the road, I don't eat a whole lot. I eat the same thing every single day. I eat 15 cashews from Costco. 15 is a portion. I eat a portion of something that's some sort of like currently I'm eating coconut strips, so it's dried fruit. My partner says she doesn't want me to get scurvy, so she says you need to have fruit. So I eat 1 portion of this, and I eat 1 portion of some sort of meat, which is currently these pepperoni sticks, which I love. Then I eat 1 Activia yogurt per day. And 1 Hot Pocket per day. That is all I eat. And believe it or not, because I'm not expending so many calories, active all over the place, I'm just fine as I drive down the road. If I get hungry, I eat something, but I almost never get hungry. And then whenever I stop for 34, like right now, I'm in the middle of I just started a 34 today, so I drove in this morning from Missouri, and now I'm in middle Nebraska. On the day that I stop, I reward myself, usually with a burger. I've usually gotten a burger for Wendy's, but there is no Wendy's here. I usually get a Baconzilla. It's hard for me to justify the cost, but I do it, even though I really shouldn't spend the money. Now, I have the Wendy's app, which sometimes will give me something else for, like the best one is I got 2 Baconzillas for the price of 1. So much meat and bacon, I was so happy. I got 1 pretzel one, and I got 1 regular one. Yes, it was so good. I actually took the bread off of one of them, jammed all the innards into the other, and chowed down. It was so good. That whole burger was like this thick. It was like one of the ones, like one of the quad whatever things you get from the Heart Attack Cafe in Las Vegas, if you've seen the videos on YouTube. But it was nice. It was nice. Such a good burger. And it was such a good deal, and it was only a 24-hour deal that I got it the day before I did my shutdown. I was actually in Arizona. I was in the Phoenix, Arizona area. And I was driving into the Los Angeles area the next morning. And then after that, I shut down for a 34. And when I got there to Arizona, I stopped at a truck stop that had a Wendy's there, and the app said a 24-hour special, 2 Baconzillas for the price of 1. I was like, really? Really? So I jumped on that deal. So good. So good. Oh, wow. 37 people in here. 37 upvotes. Wow, that's cool. Flying J tends to have more restaurants. Loves tends to be cleaner, and you earn points for most things you buy in the store. You earn points for things you buy in the store. You do the same thing at Flying J. Oh, yeah. You don't earn points for things you buy in the store at Flying J or a Pilot. You get the points for fuel fill ups, which the company pays for. You know, any more than, what is it, 50 or 75 gallons is considered a fill up. Is that an international LT? It's a 2024 international LT I'm in, yeah. You're going to be super shaped by the time you get back on set. Losing weight, I'll tell you this. You can be trimmer, but it doesn't mean you're healthier. That's something that people is a misnomer. Just because you're skinny doesn't mean you're healthier than a fat person. When I was quite a bit bigger, my blood work came back and it showed that I was exactly in the middle health-wise. Like when I had blood test done last year when I was a lot heavier, and I'm still not light now, it was, my blood work came back and I was like in the center of normal on everything, including triglycerides and cholesterol. Those were the things I was up a little bit on the higher part of normal, but I was in normal. Almost everything else I was right in the center of. And my doctor looked at it and was like, "You have excellent blood work." And it's one of those things I looked at him and it's like, I think I want a second opinion, because the same exact thing happened 7 years ago when I got my blood work done at the doctor again. Right in the middle of everything. And they're like, wow, aside from the extra weight on you, you're actually really healthy. I'm like, cool. But don't expect me to run a marathon. I'm not able to run quite a bit. You saw, if you watched the Curtis Judd audio live stream where we tested the Deity Theo system, we walked down, and as we were walking back up his hill, I was starting to get winded because, oh, the internet dropped for a second. When I did that Curtis Judd, I don't know if it dropped too much, but I don't know if you caught that, but it just suddenly said you're live. But I was out with Bandrew also, and we were both in places with Curtis and with Bandrew where there was a higher elevation than I'm used to. It was around 6,000, 7,000 feet, and it was more difficult for me to breathe up there, and I got winded quicker. Now, granted, normally when I'm at the house, I jump on my exercise bike at the end of the night. I can't, in a truck, I'm not going to do that at the end of the night and start running around a truck stop. It's kind of crazy, especially if it's like right now it's 19 degrees outside. I'm not about to run around out there in this. Nuts. So no, most of the time what I'll do is in the truck here, I have this thing, which I will use for wrist strength. And you rotate it. I didn't start it up very well. Let me start it the right way. You spin it around and it will automatically. There we go. Now I got it. So you can go faster with it. More and more wrist strengthening stuff. So I'll sit here and do this for a while, and then I reverse directions with it. Change it over to the other hand, that kind of thing. Let me stop. You get the idea. That, and then I also have a 10-pound, one of these 10-pound balls that are, it's technically somewhat squishy. I think it has like sand in it, but I'll sit here and do curls with it. I'll do curls with it this way. I'll do curls with it this way where I'm holding it. Then I just do a whole bunch of different, exercises with it that way. Another thing I do, which you might find interesting, maybe not, I don't know. I'm practicing grip strength, not like grips like on set. But what I'll do is I'll hold my Zip Fizz bottle of water in my hand. And then what I do is I squeeze it as hard as I can for 10 seconds. So just like this. And I will hold it as long as I can, or like 10 seconds. And then I'll switch and do the exact same thing, squeezing as hard as I possibly can. with all my fingers, concentrating on keeping that stamina up. How many seconds am I at? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I will do that. If I start to get tired of driving, or I'm bored and just staring at the road, I'll grab my Zip Fizz water bottle and I'll squeeze it to death. And to answer your question, I have increased my Zip Fizz intake a little bit. Sadly, I'm running low on it. All my Zip Fizz is right here. This is the end of my Zip Fizz. I have no more than one a day, and I don't even take one every single day. Usually the days I need it are the days that I had a harder time getting to sleep, or some fool was idling his truck really loud outside a very busy truck stop where they just decide they're going to blow their horns, their highway horns, for whatever reason in the middle of the night, wake you up. Sometimes I just toss and turn. So sometimes, here's another thing that you might not think about. But when you sleep at your house in your bed, it's flat. It's on the same angle every single night. You can get used to a good position. In a truck, you could be on, the truck could be pointing down a hill or up a hill or sideways, one way or the other. You don't know what angle you're going to be at. So there are some nights I'll go to sleep and my feet will be above my head. Some nights I'll go to sleep and my feet are pointing downwards and my head's up. Some nights I go to sleep and I'm rolling towards the back of the truck there. Some nights I go to sleep and I'm rolling slightly this way. So that's something you don't think about. That and the fact that I do not like Tempur-Pedic beds, and that's the mattress I have. So I'm used to just having get married and get used to the bed that she has, because that's what you end up getting in. I ended up just having cheap, mattresses. But my partner, she got used to like really premium, like 5-inch pillow tops and stuff. So I've gotten soft over the years with those. And we got a Simmons Beauty Rest that had like a 5-inch pillow top on top of that. And so, I mean, I don't have a pillow top or anything like that anymore. I think I said in another stream that my schedule being so random with the film industry and her being a translator, her schedule was sometimes carried her up late at night. It made it more difficult for us to, it would throw off our sleep schedules a little bit. So I started sleeping in a different room in the house, and then I'm just like, hey, don't spend money on me. I don't want to spend money on something expensive. So just give me a cheap mattress. So I got a cheap, decent mattress. As a matter of fact, the bed I have is extremely small. It's a twin XL, so it's slightly longer than a twin. But I don't need to have a whole bunch of room. I mean, I just sleep on the thing, and I don't care if the bed is 36 inches wide or whatever it is. It's not a big deal to me. I'll just sleep in that thing. I don't need to have a big bed. And I don't want a very expensive one either. I'll spend money on other things anyway. Have I increased my Zip Fizz intake? I have no more than one a day, and only when necessary. So like usually in an average week, I might have 4 or 5. In Texas, we love Buc-ee's. How do truckers like Buc-ee's? Let me tell you. Buc-ee's doesn't like truckers. We're not allowed to park there. They have no truck parking. In Cookeville, Tennessee, and in Florence, South Carolina, they have Buc-ee's at the same truck stop as a Pilot or a Flying J. In Calhoun, Georgia, there is a Buc-ee's at the same exit as a Love's. Aside from that, I don't think I've seen any truck stops at the same exit as a Buc-ee's nationwide. Buc-ee's has a great advertisement campaign. I have never been there. I've been wanting to. Actually, I was in Florence, South Carolina for a shutdown for a 34, and I knew I was going to be doing it for a few days, and I was so geared up. I was like, I'm going to stop at that Pilot. I'm going to eat at that Buc-ee's. I'm going to go get that 3-meat sandwich I've seen advertised for the past few months. I was so excited about it, and then on my drive to that Pilot, I got food poisoning. So I spent the next day and a half doing a 34-hour reset inside the truck, sick as a dog, eating nothing more than bread and crackers and drinking water. Miserable. And then by the end of that, the food poisoning had passed. The last thing in the world I'm going to do is go over and have a 3-meat sandwich that thick. So I was like, and since then I haven't actually craved it. But I do want to go to a Buc-ee's because I know they have all kinds of really cool things. And one of those things I really want to do it. I really want to go to a Buc-ee's. And if I ever stop at a truck stop that has a Buc-ee's across from it, then I will definitely go there. Came back after finishing ET to hear you growling. It was nice. You're a lunatic. I like ET. I saw that movie in the theater when it first came out. Makes you wonder what movie theater is going to do next. You young people, you youngins, you ain't going to understand this. There was a time back in the movies when there was no stadium seating. All the seats were in a straight line, but they were staggered. So you'd have rows like this, and then the rows in front would be on a off angle. They weren't all in line like this, where you would have to look right into the seat. They were off a little bit. So you could see through over the shoulders of the person in front of you. There was no stadium seating. It was ever so slightly inclined upwards. And then in the 80s, they said, well, let's start, it used to just be the sound behind the screen, and the screens weren't that big. Then they made screens bigger. Then they started doing better sound. Then by the 90s, they started doing stadium seating. Then they started doing DTS sound and big, huge, and then they started doing movies on an IMAX. Then they said, why don't we start doing, in the aughts, they said, why don't we start doing like more premium food options, like the movie tavern and the studio movie grill, where you can get like actual, you don't have to just have popcorn and candy. You can actually have a burrito, or you could have yourself a full sandwich or a pizza, or 1.5 pound pretzel, or all kinds of premium food options, nachos and stuff. Then they were like, well, why don't we have some theaters that you can get a beer in? Then they started doing reserve seating. Then they started and doing recliners and stuff where you had more space. You could recline your seat, and you can lift up the seat and put your arm around the person you're with, or whatever, or freak them out if they don't want your arm around them. I mean, there's all kinds of different things. And then that brings us up to now. What's next? I mean, in the past 4 decades, we've seen a lot of innovations in movie theaters. And it didn't used to be that way. I remember back in movie theaters when I was a kid, and I had to leave the seat in the up position where, the seat would flop down. You'd have to flop it down to sit in it. And then as soon as you get out of it to flop back up, the seat would flop up against the backrest, so that way you could walk through easier. Well, I remember being so small, I had to leave it in the up position and sit on top of that. And then I remember when I got too big to do that, because the people behind me were like, sit down, kid. I was like, fine, I'll sit down and I won't see anything. So I'd have to sit on my legs. I'd have to sit on my legs to be an adult height. I'd have to sit on my knees, or like at the time, you could thread your feet down through the seat. Like, the seat back was like here. Well, if it was in a slightly up position, there would be a little bit of a gap there, and you could thread your feet down through that so you could sit on your knees. I did that for quite a while after I was too big to sit up on the top of the upright seat. So I would sit on my knees, and then I got bigger, and it started hurting my feet and started hurting my knees for the entire duration of a movie, and I just had to start dealing with it and trying to sit behind not as tall people. So you kids got it so easy today. Buc-ee's don't like truckers or tricks on their property. We're banned from going to one. Yep, that's right. HNY. What does HNY mean? Oh, look at you. $20 donation. Michael Frazier, have your next Baconzilla on me. Trucking ain't easy, and we got to look out for each other. Stay safe out there. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Highly appreciated. I will definitely grab a Baconzilla. Or 2. What can I get for $20? I don't know. I'll just get a Baconzilla. That's going to be awesome. Thank you so much. Dinner time here in Boise. I'm out now. I'll check back after. I'll be driving through Boise temporarily on my way to where I'm going. But I'm not going to be staying. I'll be driving through Boise, though, in about 3 days. Check back in after to see if you're still alive. If not, safe travels, and a honk if you go through here and you're headed across 84. I will be going on the 84. That's actually where I'll go ahead and say it. I'm going on the 84. That's fine. So yes, that means I'm off 80 right now if you know your geography. Off the 80 in Nebraska. Anybody who looked at a map in Nebraska said, well, he's probably on the 80. You're right, I'm on the 80 in Nebraska, but you don't know where. Ping pong. Hey, Alan. Hi there. Did you know that for the movie E.T. they initially approached Eminem for the candy scene, but they said no, and they went with Reese's Pieces. It turned out very well for Reese's. Yes, I do know that. As a matter of fact, Steven Spielberg was very unestablished at that point, and he approached both Skittles and Eminem, and both of them were like, "Why do we want to be associated as the candy eaten by some alien? No, we're not going to do that." So, but they approached this little bitty tiny brand, Reese's, and they were like, "Can we use your Reese's Pieces for that?" And they're like, "Sure, we have nothing to lose. I mean, you've made good movies, I guess. So, sure." So they gave him Reese's Pieces. And if you were alive back in the early 80s when E.T. came out, you remember the commercials that were just all about the Reese's Pieces, and you had all these cheap imitation ET commercials where Pepsi, go on YouTube and look up Pepsi ET commercials, and you'll see like the commercial where Pepsi launched this big campaign. There was all these alien videos where like there was one of bikers that were around at this like they were bicycling around a gas station at night, and they're kind of riding their bikes, and they stop and they look up because they see a spaceship, and the spaceship lands over top, and then it starts flashing lights and stuff, and the Coke and the Pepsi machine next to it the lights start flickering, and then one can from each one of them goes up into these little bitty doors that open up, and then it closes. And then about 10 seconds or a few seconds pass, and then a big, huge thing opens up, and the Pepsi machine starts lifting up and going out there. And then the Pepsi machine is basically taken by the aliens. It says, Pepsi, the choice of a new generation, which was a perfect ad campaign for them back in the day. My favorite commercial to this day is still the archaeology Pepsi commercial. And this says a lot, because there was you had the Where's the Beef Wendy's commercials. You had the Kit Kat, the chocolate bar, it's so good you'll roar. You had the McDonald's commercials with all the characters, the hamburger and the fries and all the, you had all the stuff. All those commercials. But yet my favorite one is still the archaeology Pepsi commercial. If you look it up, it will, and I'll set it up for you, but you need to see it, because it is such an intelligent, very, very effective video where you have it says like 500 years in the future or something like that, and you see a spaceship fly away at the very beginning of it, lights coming up, and they're investigating this you see an archaeologist say, this is one of the most amazing discoveries of our time. This is what they used to call the split level ranch. This is marvelous. And then someone comes over and says, what is this, professor? And he's holding an old electric guitar. He says, this device would produce excruciatingly loud noises to which they would gyrate in pain. And then someone says, what's this? And he says, this device, holding up a baseball. He says, this device, they were hurled at each other with great velocity while others looked on. And then someone sees a Coke bottle and brings it over to his professor. What's this? And he looks at it and says, odd. And he puts it inside this thing, and it flares up, and it starts blasting rock chunks and stuff off it. Then he, because you could just see it looked like a bottle inside of rock. And then he holds it up in front of him, and all of the students are looking at it and, trying to get a look of it. And he looks at this Coke bottle. It says Coke across it. And they're like, what is it, professor? And he holds it up to the camera and says, I have no idea. And then at that point, the camera tilts up, and a spaceship flies across and says, Pepsi, the choice of a new generation. What an awesome commercial. Go see it. I know I just said it. I just told you what it was. But back 40 years ago, what an effective commercial. I mean, you want to talk about the fact that Pepsi and Coke still to this day are competitors, but back then they were all heavily competing with commercials and creativity and stuff like that. That was still one of my favorite commercials. And in the early 80s, there was a lot of very creative commercials. all kinds of them. They had the Lionel Richie Pepsi commercials. You had Michael Jackson do the Pepsi commercial, which is when his hair caught on fire, if memory serves. I mean, you have all these really awesome things. Do you have a video showcasing the magic of MP3 files? I took a class in college that showed how MP3 moves an insane amount of data, but keeps what you want intact. No, I don't have a video about that. 2 reasons. Number 1 is it's not my specialty. Number 2 is there's a lot of videos like that already online. And they'll talk about compression. They talk about, I mean, and basically, if I did an MP3 related video, I would want to talk about how most people probably can't tell the difference between a 128K MP3 and a 320K MP3. Just like how people can't really hear the difference most of the time between a 16-bit and a 24-bit audio recording. The main thing is their noise floor. The noise floor, you have a lot more dynamic range, and basically, the noise floor is higher on a 96K. But if it's digital and you don't really fade out or fade in, it just basically abruptly ends. You're not going to probably be able to hear much of a difference between a 16 and a 24-bit file. You're most of the time not going to be able to. Not if they're mastered correctly. In an MP3 world, you're talking about compression is the main thing. And most of the time, people can't tell the difference between compression in a 128 versus 320. So, but no, I don't have a video about that. A lot of people have done really good videos about that. Are you running an APU? I hear a slight rumble in the background. If so, what kind of engine is it? This truck doesn't have an APU, auxiliary power unit, if that's what anyone's wondering about. They have two basic versions that you're going to run into in a truck. One solar, which are not as common on company-owned vehicles, and you have the kind that comes off of the diesel line, and it powers off of diesel. And I think it uses around 1/4 to 1/8 of the amount of diesel that it does if you idle the truck, which is not what I'm doing right now because I'm running off of an inverter. About once every 9 hours or so, based on the power consumption that I use, the truck will have to turn on it. I leave it in opti-idle, basically. Well, that's what it'd be on a Cascadia, Freightliner Cascadia. This is an international LT, so they just call it an auto start stop. And it actually started about 15 to 20 minutes after I started the stream, and it ran for about an hour. 45 minutes recharging the batteries. But I have, I think, 12 batteries running in serial and in parallel right underneath the stairs on the driver's side. And, they run 12 batteries, but there's 3. They have 3 lines running in series, and then they're all running together in parallel. So it actually increases the voltage. That way you can power things like my outlets over there. I have 2 outlets over there, 2 over here. I think there's 1 or 2 under here, and then I think there's 1 up above. But no, it's an inverter. So it'll smart stop and start itself every now and then. The little bit of rumble that you're hearing in the background is actually my refrigerator. Right there. So it's my fridge that is currently keeping my Hot Pockets and yogurt from spoiling and going bad. Okay, working at my local art house theater, part-time. I don't know if you can hear that truck just pulling up. This kind of stuff. It's not even a very loud truck, but that's pretty quiet considering. I mean, it's pretty proof. I don't want to say soundproof, but I mean, they know you're basically living in this thing, so they try to make it somewhat resilient to outside noises. Probably reduces, 12 to 15 dB. That's about it. It's about like going off axis with a microphone. Working at my local art house theater, part-time, doing concessions and radio ads until work picks up more. We don't do food or other popcorn or candy, but we do serve wine and hot drinks. Yeah, that's awesome. And I tell you right now, I'm at the very beginning of a 34-hour reset, so I am having something special. As soon as I'm done with this stream, I'm gonna eat I shouldn't say eat the rest of that pizza. I've eaten half of it. I feel like a pig. Also, when I was home last, I was given a Pepsi 2-liter that they didn't want. One of my children, my daughter's not boyfriend because he hasn't asked her out yet officially, and she won't ask him out. I came over to visit, and they were like, "Oh, well, let's get some food." And because he's a teenager, and they're all teenagers, it's like, "Well, we order a pizza. Let's just get Little Caesars." At Little Caesars, you get a certain deal of a certain amount of food, and they'll give you a free 2 liter. Well, he had a cup, and that was it. And I don't like to see things go to waste. And even though I'm not a fan of Pepsi, I'm drinking it mainly because it's a soft drink, and I don't like to spend the money on things, especially at truck stops. It's extremely expensive. Sorry, I know people hate drinking noises. Oh, I should have had my water. You know what? I have my water right here. I should have drank that instead. Only reason I drank that is because it was staring me in the face. Whatever. It's not like you've ever not seen me drink something before. All right. Trucks idling and reefers running usually don't bother me when sleeping. It's the high-pitched APU units that about me. That and screeching belts that drivers don't get fixed. Yeah. It used to be the Freightliner Cascadia brakes. You know, it sounds like a squealing dog, like in pain. Whenever they touch the brakes, you know, that squealing noise that the brakes on a Cascadia makes, that used to annoy me. Now it doesn't. Most of the time, the thing that annoys me now, and I tell you, I will drive down the road, and I don't drive angry or rage or cut people off or tailgate or anything like that, but I talk constantly. I'm behind the wheel, and I'm like, come on, get up the hill. Go. Why are you slowing down? Speed up. You know, why are you? It's the speed limit. You know, the speed limit is 75 or 80 or something like that, and the truck is struggling at 60. I mean, it maintains 65, and then it goes 64, 63, and then it drops down. I'm like, get going, move, because this truck is governed. The trucks the companies can do whatever they want. And the companies that govern your truck at 65 miles an hour, they basically harness and pull back on the throttle. So you can't, when you start to get above about 60 miles an hour, it doesn't accelerate like it does anymore. You start to go up a hill, it's not going to maintain. It's going to slowly start slowing you down. And it gets really annoying because I want to be able to maintain the speed, the 65 miles an hour, because as soon as you start slowing down, you start burning through gas. And it starts making it where people behind you will whip past you, and then the trucks will, you know, pull in front of you and whatever. I really wish I could just maintain it, but they don't want you doing that. They'll rather throttle fuel, which, I mean, they're allowed to. They're allowed to do whatever they want to do. It's their truck. It's their company. It's their money. I'm telling you what I disapprove of. No, I mean, idling trucks. Another thing that will annoy me is if I hear somebody just yelling for no reason, or somebody just starts hitting their highway horn for no reason. That kind of stuff will annoy me, and I'll wake up and be like, what are you doing? Or if I hear a sound I don't recognize, I'll get really annoyed, and like I'll fling awake and go fling back the curtains. I'm like, what's going on? And I don't roll down the window or anything. I just look out there, and I'm like, what's this noise? Oh, it's usually something, nothing. Anyway. Am I opposite business now? Yeah. I mean, I had a pink lemonade overnight because I went to bed. Excuse me. I went to bed I took a shower at the truck stop I was at. Came back in. Made a phone call. Talked to my family a little bit. Finished uploading my my drive for the day, and my driving time lapse, and then because I was getting up a little bit earlier to talk to my family and do the video call with them for New Year's, I think I only slept like 5 hours, and so after I got off the phone with them and I was driving, I left after I did my pre-trip and stuff like that. I think it was about 11:30 p.m. Central. And so I left and I hit the road, and probably by about 2 or 3 a.m., you're driving down the road, you're not seeing anything except the dark highway, and I wanted to sharpen up my brain a little bit, so I had to zip this. So I have a little bit of Zip Fizz, and then drink a little bit of water, and a little bit of Zip Fizz, and a little bit of water, and do that throughout my entire drive. I'm not tired. I just want to, sharpen up my focus a little bit. The joys of a super trucker running unmuffled engine brakes and blasting the air horn at a truck stop at 1 a.m. Yeah. That noise is just so deep and so loud. And it's just... Yeah, those Jakes, those are the reason why we see all the signs entering in cities. According to local regulation, whatever, engine brakes not allowed. It's not engine brakes, unmuffled engine brakes in most cities, even though some of them do say unmuffled. Most of the time they'll just be like, oh, no, just can't use engine brakes at all. I still use them. Mine are muffled. So because they're muffled, and they're not like those insanely loud ones that you can hear a quarter of a mile away through houses and stuff. These are just, they sound like, a little bit louder than if you just hit the brakes. So, not bad. Are you an overhead Blue Parrot guy, or do you prefer a different Bluetooth headset? I'm constantly looking for the perfect headset and still haven't found one. Okay. The company I'm working for has a no distraction policy. That means you're not allowed to wear a headset. And I abide by company policy. You're allowed to listen to the radio. You're allowed to listen to the CB radio. You're not allowed to interact with them, so you can't talk on the CB radio. But I will tell you this. The radio has Bluetooth, but for whatever reason, no device that I connect up to it will actually go on over the sound system. So what I use is the product I reviewed. The Bose Soundwear Companion. I'll put it around my neck, and I'll put on the volume low, and so it's not like headphones or headsets or anything like that. I can still hear out of both ears just fine as I'm driving down the road. And I will usually get going down the road, and as soon as there's like no real distractions or anything like that, there are 3 buttons right here. My fingers instantly go to these 3 buttons. In the middle one there, you can barely see it in the light. There's 1, there's 2, and in between that, there's one that you can't really see very well. You can't see it at all, I don't think. You can see, oh yeah, you can, right there, that angle. 1, 2, and so I'll do this number, and that finger right there is the one that hits the little button. And so when I put it on, I know instantly where it is. So my fingers go instantly right there, and that's the button. So because I know where it is, I'll get driving on the road. I have ready up an audiobook or, dry bar comedy, shuffle, something like that. Driving down the road, and once there's no distractions or anything like that, boom, hit the button, and it starts playing. It was that simple. I'm driving down the road looking, and then, boom, it's done. I don't think my company would have an issue with that. The volume is not very loud. So once I get going down the road, I know the volume it needs to be at for hearing over the truck. And I very seldom ever need to adjust it. But if I do, it's the same exact buttons. Down and up is the volume. And so when it's not going to be really a distraction, because there's 3 kinds of distractions. There's the visual distractions where you see something and you're distracted and all of a sudden you're not paying attention to the road. There's the cognitive distractions where you're thinking about something. And then there's the motor skill distractions where it's like I'm trying to keep my eyes on the road, but I'm trying to find this switch, and there it is, and now where is it? It's there. Well, those are technically cognitive also because it's distracting. So the company spends a lot of money because Schneider's all their safety is one of their main things that they push. So one of the big things that they say is no distractions. So and I am a company, I abide by company policies unless they are absolutely ridiculous, in which case I make a point, like on set, to openly defy something because it's not a union rule or it is unsafe practice or something like that. I will refuse something in those circumstances. But a thing like, no distractions for safety reasons, I'm not going to violate that policy. So like I said, I don't think, like, if I go back over here, by the time I hit the button, if it doesn't turn on, I'll give it another few seconds, and then if it's still, I'll hit it again. If it doesn't turn on after 2 times, it's not going to work. So at that point, I had to say, okay, I guess I'll get it at my next load securement check in 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And I just don't listen to anything. Most of the time it works. Almost every single time it works, though. But that's what I end up using, is the Bose Soundwear Companion. You can watch my video about it on YouTube. It's been working like a champ. It just, goes around your neck, and it's like a personal speaker system. And it's not very loud. I can still hear, have full mobility and stuff like that I have. So I'm driving down the road. I still have both ears on everything. It's not like one ear is closed off like with a Blue Parrot. It's not like the radio or, a CB or something like that you end up having to constantly adjust your volume at. No, it's just right here. And it constantly is the same volume. And so like I said, I don't think the company would really have an issue with a boom, that easy. And the fact that I only do it when I know that things are clear on the road. If I look ahead and and things start to thicken up a little bit, I know that I could be running into traffic, so I'll hit pause on it before it gets bad. If it's just free, clear on the interstate in the middle of the night, I'll listen. So, but that's what I'll do. Do you ever hit your air horns when running through tunnels? I've been known to do that. Next time I go through the Baltimore tunnel, I'm going to have to do that. Or the one on when you're going the Vail Pass in Colorado. Ooh, I should do it there, because that's a long tunnel. And that would be a loud one, too. No. I will do it sometimes if someone's an idiot. I'll do it, if I want to wake somebody up because someone's not paying attention, or if I see someone on their cell phone, I don't want to blast them too much because I don't want them jerking the wheel and crashing into somebody or doing something like that. But if someone is looking at their cell phone and I see them weaving on the road and they're next to me, I don't want them doing that. I'll try not to get them next to them, and sometimes they'll put on the brakes or they'll fly up next to me, and then I'll glance down and I'll see them doing this number. I'm like, oh, no, you're not. So I pop the air horn at them and they'll jerk and that kind of stuff. I mean, it's funny. Somebody in one of the online forums I saw the other day said, whatever happened to women flashing truckers? I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I remember being a kid and doing this number a whole lot. Truckers would look out the window and I'd do this number and then they'd honk the horn. I had one person do that to me, I think last month in November. I glance out the window and I see him do this number. I'm like, wow, I'm the one that gets to do that for once. I used to be the little kid 40 years ago that would say, do this to every single trucker I would see pass by. Honk, honk. And then he'd honk the horn for me. Now I'm actually the guy that can do that. That's kind of cool. Greetings from Germany. Hello, Germany. How's it going? Trucking company not allowing a truck driver to use a CB radio. They allow you to listen. They don't want you interacting with it because it's a distraction. They'll say you can listen to a CB radio. And I'm sure that that even though they say zero distractions is a company policy, I'm sure that there's everybody out there does at least something which they would consider to technically be a distraction, like listen to the radio. Even if you turn on the radio or turn off the radio, that's technically a distraction. They don't want you doing that. But they also understand that if you're going to be driving for 11 hours a day and you're just staring at the road, it's actually probably more dangerous for you to drive with nothing at all to think about or to listen to than it is for you to just be staring at the road with no distractions. Idiots regularly get the horn from me. Got a flash last week. It was glorious. I guess I stay too focused on the road. There's no distraction again. Maybe if I looked out my window more to the side, I might get flashed, but I've never gotten flashed. I just got a Sennheiser MK600 for a recording for indie filmmaking. Any opinions on it? It's probably got about maybe 80% the quality of an MKH50. Usually there's what we usually refer to as the law of diminishing returns. You start to, the more you can get a microphone that might have 60% quality for $10, and for 70% you might end up spending 40 or 50. By the time you spend $100, you might end up getting closer to 70. You might spend $400 or $500 and get closer to 80, 85. Spend $1,000, you might get closer to 90, 95. You want to spend a few grand, you're probably going to get very high fidelity, maybe around 98%. The more money you spend, you're going to get only a little fraction of a percent more performance out of it. because it's not linear, it's logarithmic. You spend a lot more money for a little bit more in quality. So the MKE 600 is one of those that you'll spend only like what, $300 on it, and you're going to get probably about 80%, 75, 80% of the quality MKH50. It's not got that full sound, but it's got pretty close. It's able to get pretty close to it for a quarter of the price. It's not a bad microphone at all. Do truckers have spouses that work remotely? Live in the truck with them? Probably. I mean, I've seen couples that run teams. So a husband and a wife, run 12-hour shifts and they live together. I'll see couples that basically retire and they drive around the country. They'll one couple I ran into, not literally. We were waiting on showers at a truck stop. And so I was inside waiting and just looking at the board, and I saw them, and just we started talking, and they end up sharing showers every single day. So that's one of the things you do is when you're a couple, one person brushes their teeth and that kind of stuff while the other person showers, and they trade off. But they'll run teams. For example, the husband or the wife will just come off duty, and then they'll grab a bite to eat, and then they'll shower and together, and then they'll hit the road, and the other one will sleep, and the other one, and then on days like right now, 34-hour reset, they'll do stuff together, and then jump back into the regular shift the next day. But yeah, I mean, there's probably people that work out of a truck with hotspot. I mean, if I worked remotely, or if I could, and my spouse was a driver, if we didn't have kids and stuff like that, it might be worth it. If we didn't own a house, if we just had an apartment or something like that, why not throw stuff in storage? I'll tell you this, if I was 18 years old and not working in the film industry, was looking for something to do in 2024, if I just graduated high school and I was just like, I had no girlfriend, I was perfectly fine, I didn't want to have to pay for a place, but I didn't want to live with my parents, it would actually be extremely beneficial for you to spend a few years on the road, live out of your truck, go OTR, work for a company for a few months, get the experience, change companies, get more money, take all that money and bank it up and start throwing it in savings and stuff like that, aggressive savings and that kind of stuff. There was a guy I ran into at a truck stop. It was in my first month, I think, I was on the road. He did that. I think he was in his late 20s, and he said for the first 5 years he hit the road, he said when he turned 18, he says the law is you're not allowed to leave the state if you have a CDL until you are 21. But he got a job where he was doing local delivery. So he was driving a truck, but he was delivering, and he pulled up at a place, and you get out and you load it up and you take things inside. But he basically, the company he worked for gave him a sleeper. They happened to have a sleeper they weren't using, and they said, sure, we'll give you the sleeper. So he lived out of the sleeper in their parking lot. And he did that for about 6 months to, what did he say, 6 to 8 months, something like that. And then after that, he went over the road. And he basically would stop at Walmart's. He would stock up his fridge. He actually had, he said he had another refrigerator and freezer unit that he strapped into his passenger side seat. And he drove around the country. And then whenever he stopped at a place where like he could stop at a Walmart and go inside and stock up his truck again, he would do that. And he would basically lived out of his truck for the first 5 years. He took all the money, threw it into savings, and he said that he had about $150,000 saved up after the first 3 years that he bought his own truck. And so he bought the truck outright after like 3 years. And that was about the time he turned 21 and was going to go over the road. So that was the reason why he did it. And then he started being an owner operator at 21, and he was socking away all of his money and didn't do anything until he hit about his mid 20s. And he said, after doing it for about 5 years, he was like, you know what? I want to take it a little bit easier than this. So that's when he decided he wanted to do a little bit more regional and have home time on the weekends. And that's when he ended up getting an apartment. He ended up getting a room in someone's, and sharing a room in an apartment where he was almost never there during the week, but he would be there on the weekends, and he would actually live. But he parked his truck outside, and he's in his late 20s, and he says he says, I don't want to brag, but I've actually got myself a pretty good situation here. I rent a cheap room and I'm only there a couple of days a week, so I can get it really cheap. When I'm home, he says I basically just I pull in there on a Friday. He says I shower and I sleep there Friday night, Saturday night, and then I leave. Um, and he was basically just telling me that in the first 10 years he was on the road, he says, I don't want to brag, but I've actually done really well for myself. And that was just because he got a CDL Class A that, I don't know how he got it or how he paid for it or whatever, but he got it. And he says that he basically built everything himself by making deals and stuff like that and living out of the truck. And now he's in his late 20s. And I don't remember if he told me he was married or not. But he says that he's looking at doing things differently now that he's in his late 20s. He says he's looking at changing some things up. He didn't tell me what that meant. But you want to talk about something that you can do in 2024 where the cost of living with everything right now, something that's smart. If you don't have a family, you don't have whatever responsibilities, you want to hit a road and have the company pay for your room and board and that kind of stuff. You basically live in your truck for a while. I couldn't miss it. They pulled up next to me, started hitting their horn, and glanced over, boom, out they came. I couldn't miss it. I love my wife, but there's no way that we could run a team together. Yeah. I hear that from some guys. Where do you believe the sweet spot is, or bang for the buck is, respecting the diminishing returns on making YouTube content? Any recommendations? Respected diminishing returns from making YouTube content. What do you mean by that? Do you mean like buying a microphone and an interface? Because if so, a lot of people get dynamic microphones if they don't have treated spaces. If you're going to get something in a treated space, I'm personally not a fan, as you guys know, of having microphones inside the frame. So I would float up a small diaphragm condenser with a hypercardioid type pattern. I'd aim it very hard at the mouth, not up and down, but I'd angle it way back at the mouth, like I do for my regular sound speed stuff. And I'd rock a microphone there. And then as for an interface, as long as it has at least like 70 dB of gain, it's probably going to be one of the better quality ones. I'm not a big fan of any interface that has less than about 60 to 65 decibels of gain, mainly because at that point, that price point, when you start, and most of the premium interfaces on the market, they'll have that. They'll have a 70, 72, 75, 76 dB of gain. Some of the more premium ones that are like $250 or whatever. You'll have, I mean, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool if you do it that way. I would say a price point, normally aim for about $250 to $400 on a microphone, and interface for $250 to $300. You don't need to spend a whole lot more. And I think you're going to be very happy with that. If you're going to talk about doing field recording and stuff like that, get yourself a Zoom F4. Or get yourself a Tentacle Sync Track E to record your lav. No need to get a recorder, a standalone recorder if you're just using a lav. Don't hold your lav and have me slap you across the face. But if you're going to have a boom or something like that with a transmitter, a cube style transmitter, see if you can get a HDTX, something like that. It'll record. I mean, the noise floor is going to be higher, but you know what? DD announced that they're going to be doing some different things in the Theo system. I'm not allowed to speak about anything in their future, but I will say that they have announced that they're going to be doing more in the Theos line in the future. Keep your ears tuned, because it would be a logical step, like what they did with the Connect system, where they started with lavs and then they went on to more of a cube style transmitter. I don't know exactly what their next product is, but if I were to guess, it's probably going to follow the same kind of, companies, once they pick a pattern, they stick with it. Like, for example, sound devices. They originally had like the what was it, the 442, and then they came out with the 552. Those were just standalone, mixers. Then when they came out with the 7 series, they came out with the 702, the 744, the 788. When they came out with the 6 series, they did the what was it? The 633, 644, 688, I think. Then when they came out with the 8 series, they did the 833, the 888, and the Scorpio. They did the Mix Pre series. It was the Mix Pre 3, Mix Pre 6, Mix Pre 10. Zoom has the, and they're basically, they did the Zoom F4, F8, F6. They have H series, but I don't care about those. So, Deity, they did the Connect system with lavs. Then they did the HDTX. Then they did the BPTRX. So it was a more fancy lavalier system. So the Theo system has been released, which is a dual lav system, which I would believe personally is more like the Connect. If I were to guess, and I do not know this for a fact, if I were to guess, I'd say they're probably going to do something more XLR cube style next. That's my hunch. Like I said, I have no insider knowledge on what they're releasing next, but if I were to guess, what I would say is probably next in the Theos line would be that. And the reason I guess that is because it would stick with what they have done before in the past with their wireless system. They may, I don't imagine that they will do the equivalent of a pocket type system with a Theos. You know, a very lightweight UHF system, but they might. Very lightweight UHF thing for content creators. They might. Wouldn't be a bad idea if they could do it streamlined with maybe only like a couple of basic features, like you turn the thing on and it works, but then you still need to frequency coordinate it. So you need to be able to switch channels. That's the one thing that throws the 2.4 gigahertz system, you know, it made it very different, is that it kind of frequency coordinated itself. If you had multiple systems, you had to use that little jumper cable on it. Theo system, you don't do that. You just scan the air and then you pick in frequencies. And then you can, if you scan the air with one Theo system, you can then go into the spare list and pick different frequencies there, which are the best channels. So like if you scan the air and it tells you that its channel 1 and 2 are going to be the best frequencies that it has, you can go down the list to the next 3-star frequency and say, well, that one's what I'm going to get my channel 3 on my other Theo system, and then channel 4 is going to be the next one on the list, and so forth. I heard you mention Curtis Judd. He's got some great sound videos. I found him when he did a live stream with Kevin Basic Filmmaker. Curtis is awesome. Love him to death. Great guy. I've now met him in person, hung out with him. He's exactly what you would hope he would be in person. He's exactly like he is when you see him in the videos. Soft-spoken, sense of humor, very kind, not at all hyper, very cool, calm, collective. He's Mr. Rogers. He's the Mr. Rogers of the YouTube sound community, is what we usually say. He's just wholesome and nice. Very generous guy, very nice guy. And I had a lot of fun when I was hanging out with him. I wish I had more time to spend with him. And Curtis is extremely smart. Just like all of us, we have our expertise. Like, you can ask me some questions and I'll be like, I don't know. I might know the gist of something or something like that, but if it's nothing I really use on the world of film, and if it's not something that pertains to that, I may say it's not my expertise. I could BS my way through an answer, but I don't do that. I'll say, I may say, well, what I know about it is this, and go look it up if you want more information. But that's about the extent of what I can do. But Curtis is extremely awesome. And yeah, oh, you want to talk about Kevin Basic Filmmaker? His channel was hacked around, I think it was the day before Valentine's Day in like 2001, 2000, something like that. When his channel a month later came back and he was unhacked, he did the unhacked live stream with his friends. He invited a bunch of content creator friends to do a live stream. You want to talk about something funny that you'll laugh so hard your jaw will hurt. Kevin Basic Filmmaker's unhacked live stream that was right after his channel came back from when he was hacked. That live stream was a train wreck. It was so funny, though. It was so much fun. He had everyone from Jake Sloan and yeah, I mean, he had Curtis was on there, Banjo was on there, I was on there, Bart, Tom Buck, uh, Tommy. I mean, just he had so many people on there. Andre from Worth It or Not was on there. I mean, just so many content creators, and we were all cutting up and joking and just because Kevin is so random and silly, we were all just cutting up and just just like guys heckle each other. We were all heckling with Kevin. And Kevin was just laughing. We were all laughing and just cracking jokes the entire time. It was a 5-hour live stream. You want to hear us say some of the most crazy stuff, and then Kevin saying some of the most crazy stuff. Man, that I'll tell you, that YouTube live stream is one where if I want, I will every few months I will put it on and listen to it again, and my jaw will be hurting because I'm laughing so hard, and just the smiling will hurt my jaw over time. Post Color Gear, Dave, he was also in that live stream, and he did within about a week later. He did what I think you can find very easily if you go to YouTube and do a search for Post Color Gear, Kevin, Basic Filmmaker, Unhacked, or Unhacked live stream highlights, something like that. You'll see like a 17-minute highlight video of that 5-hour live stream, and that video in itself will make you laugh. It will just it's highlights, but it's not all the funny parts because the whole live stream was hilarious. To give you an idea, the first 15 minutes you don't know what's happening because it's Kevin on the screen off center, and he's talking to people, but you don't see anybody. Because I told him that you should do it on StreamYard. It'll be so much easier to do it on StreamYard. You can pull in streams from a bunch of different sources rather than having everybody have to dial into you, and then you have all that bandwidth, tied up with all these different income, with all these different streams. So if you do it on StreamYard, it'll be so much easier. But he didn't know how StreamYard worked, so he went in and set up the live stream through his regular computer like he always did. He signed up on StreamYard, but he didn't set up a live stream through that. So we got on the live stream, and as we're all talking to him, Aaron Parecki from the Aaron Parecki YouTube channel starts talking to him and says, "Oh, then we need to get you on StreamYard and live while the live stream was going on." Aaron talked him through turning on StreamYard and turning off YouTube and transferred the live stream, talked Kevin through how to transfer the stream live from his computer locally to StreamYard. Talked him through it live. I wish you could have heard the live stream I was part of, because I was in the actual StreamYard stream with him and saw him and everybody else with everybody, but Kevin's actual live stream was streaming out only his computer. But when suddenly it changes and all of us pop up on the screen as StreamYard turns live, we were all like, wow, Aaron, that was impressive. And it was. It was so funny if you look in the comments before that, because people are all in the comments saying, oh, so Kevin's not actually going to have guests. He's just has his imaginary friends as part of the stream. Everybody, including the chat, was cutting up with Kevin. That live stream is still, to this day, my favorite live stream on YouTube. It was so much fun. A bunch of guys cutting up and being silly, and just a bunch of great guys. It was such an awesome thing. Chucking has always been my backup in the film industry. Doesn't work out for me, so I love watching all your consent. Awesome. Well, consent is very important, isn't it? Are there any movie theaters or malls with truck parking? Places you could hang out or unwind? I don't know. I just live in here, man. If I'm on the road, I just stay in here. I do content creation in here for the trucking channel, or I basically record my my drive every day with the DJI Action 4 that viewers help me get. If you remember, I put this on my window every single day, and then it actually hangs upside down like this, and so it records my drive, and then at the end of the day I take this, put it on my laptop, and then I take that and I upload it to YouTube. So I render that out. I might watch a movie or watch a TV show or call my family, call friends. Unless I'm in a city where there happens to be a friend where I happen to be shutting down or near, and I can meet up with them. In that case, I'll meet up with them. I have not been able to meet up with any viewers. Only been other content creators and stuff. There's a few viewers that have reached out to me and said that if I happen to be in their city, let me know. And, I haven't been. There's one person who, he says, reach out to me if you're ever in my city. And he happens to be in the same city as one of my best friends. So if I go to that city, obviously I'm going to call that person first. If he's not available, then I would go to the backup, but he's always been available. So sorry, dude. I have my priorities. There's probably casinos, I think, are usually pretty open to truckers, and that might be the most entertainment you might find is a casino if you want to gamble away your paycheck. I don't do that. The only thing I ever park at a casino for is the parking, because it's free. Anyway. Do you think you can use a boom microphone in an untreated indoor space and get good quality? Yes. Absolutely you can. It just depends on, you have to listen. I have a video called The Art of Using the Shotgun Microphone. If you have not watched that video, watch it. It will help you dial in on your shotgun microphone skills and microphone skills in general. Do a search for sound speeds, the art of using a shotgun microphone, and it'll pop up. Watch that video. I use a shotgun microphone, and I use boom mics for pretty much everything I can. I almost never use a large diaphragm condenser. One of the reasons I'm looking at selling them. Is a U633 worth getting or save for an 833? I don't feel like I need 32-bit floating point, but I also don't want to be missing out on some features. I may not know I need. I think, what is the 833? Does it do Dante? I think it might. I'm trying to remember. I'm not a mixer, so I haven't studied deep into what those are. But 633 was replaced with an 833, slightly more modern. Better, slightly better preamp, slightly better interface and recording and stuff like that. But aside from that, 633 is fine. I'll tell you this right now. If I were to get a premium recorder, I like my Sound Devices MixPre 6 version 1. Why bother get a version 2? Well, there's two reasons. If you want 32-bit floating point, that would be one. If you don't care about it, the reason why is because of the apps. You can't put all of those on a MixPre version 1. You can, on a MixPre version 2, get the noise suppression. You can get auto mix. I think only auto mix is available, not noise suppression, on a Sound Devices MixPre 6 version 1. If memory serves. I'm trying to remember. I think auto mix is available, but noise suppression is not because of the memory. And I remember when the MixPre 6 version 2 came out, I was one of the people that called up Sound Devices and said, is the version between, are you going to allow all the apps and stuff on the version 1 like you do with the version 2? And they said no, that it doesn't have the memory to do that. I said okay. And that's also the reason why and it just does not have the tech and the hardware to do 32-bit floating point. They got to give you a reason to buy the version 2. Some people got really mad because they're like, I just bought a version 1 last week, and then you go and upgrade it to the 2, and I can't send back my version 1 to get the 2, so I feel cheated. Guys, look, you're always going to be doing something, and you're going to be upgrading, and then they're going to come announce something new the next week. That's always going to be the gamble you have when you buy something. And it does happen. There's many times Bandrew or Curtis or other people will buy a piece of gear, start to review it, and only to find out it's been discontinued. Usually with me, what happens is I do a video and they pull the product. If I happen to, like when I did the newer NW088 boom. No, what was that boom? It was whatever that newer boom pole is, and my thumbnail says complete garbage. I reviewed that boom. It was complete garbage. It was terrible. It was noisy, made of cheap crap. I did that video. A week later, Newer pulled it and replaced it with a different model, and that model is much better. And so I just, only a couple of days ago, I had somebody say, well, I'm not that fond of this video. I like a lot of your videos, but I don't like this one because I don't think that, you know, he didn't like my approach to that video. And I said, you know, it doesn't because he said, yeah, just because it's cheap, we all want to get a $500 boom pole, but we all can't afford it. I'm like, look, Lynx Pro made made a boom pole that was the same exact price, and it wasn't crap. I actually praised it because it was a lot better build, a lot better quality, wasn't noisy. Still, it's not going to be great, but it was a lot better than that Newer was. And the newer that they released wasn't bad like that first one was that I reviewed as complete garbage. They actually made a replacement model, and that's the reason why I'm hard on products. If it deserves it, if it deserves to be ripped, I will rip it. Like, here's a video. If you go back and watch the Really Right Stuff boom that I reviewed. Really Right Stuff is an American company. I did not want to trash an American company, but the product was not what it should be. So I spent the first half of the video saying here's about the company, here's about the product. Then I did a middle part, which a lot of people are like, what in the world is he doing there? But then after that, I spend the rest of the time saying there's not the boom pole is not made poorly at all. There's not a bit about the boom pole that's made poorly. It's just not what a boom pole should be. So there's an educational opportunity here. So I went on, and from there, I tore the boom apart. They had a meeting, and they talked about it, and they said, and I talked to my contact over there, and he said they deemed that everything you said was right. And the engineers even said in the meeting, it was like he's a fly on the wall, and he heard what we were saying is why we were going to do things the way we did it. And so he said they think you were extremely fair. They're not obviously happy with the results, but they think you were fair. And I was like, well, I appreciate that. If a company deserves it, I will be direct about it. If a company doesn't deserve it, I will praise them where it's deserved, and I will point out the things that I think are less, like when I reviewed that discount K-Tech composite boom. That was surprisingly impressive for a $200 boom pole. It was so good. That composite boom pole, the equivalent of the Boom Buddy boom pole and the Deity boom pole, the contemporary to that, the one in their price point for $200. That is such a good boom. It is such a good boom. At that price point, it is my favorite boom. It was leagues above the others. That's the reason why I had to do that one third, because I released 3 boom pole videos in a row, well, separated by speed bumps, and I was like, that K-Tech one, it blows away the competition. Hands down, in my opinion, that K-Tech boom is the best. And so I said it. This is the boom to get. If you have this budget, this is the one to get. If you have half this budget, save up and get this one, because it's the one to get. I'm actually friendly with some people at K-Tech, so there's some things I just got through sending an email to them. I emailed them a couple of times last year too, but I hope I'm able to work with them and collaborate with some more with them, because they're a great company. I love them to death. And that is my fair and honest opinion of that boom pole. At $200, there's not, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think that is, for $200, I can't name a problem with that boom. I remember the hack. It actually happened while he was online. I watched that live stream you're talking about. It was great. I really miss him. He's still working through his recovery. He is. He's just about the past 2 weeks, he's been popping up, and he'll occasionally write a comment on one of our videos, on one of his friends' videos. And I tell you, it gets us, and we're just like, oh, it's Kevin. Kevin's here. Makes us all happy. I really miss him and look forward to him coming back. Yeah, me too. It was 2 years ago and 5 hours long, and it was a riot. Yep. How is Kevin? I know he stopped making videos. Kevin's recovering. He is recovering, and he is taking personal time. I'm not going to go into him and his situation any more than that. Were you the guy in the middle of the multi-screen? Well, usually. I was definitely in that multi-screen, yeah. I was one of the people that started listening more, and as it kind of got going, and me and Andre started toying with Kevin a little bit because we had signs that said Kevin loves crypto and stuff like that. Andre and I were talking and saying when he comes back, we just jokingly were talking on the phone one day and said we should make little signs that says Kevin loves crypto and hold it up in front of the screen. And so so Andre and I did that. And then we started cutting up a little bit more. And then as everybody started cutting up, I have to be, of course, someone that trolls because I'm a huge troll. And so I started saying a lot of, I mean, after a while, it originally starts out where I'm talking a little bit. Then as the highlight video happens, you'll hear that I talk more and more. And I start joking more and more. And I have a bad tendency of monopolizing conversations when I'm on a live stream. I know this, and I know it's a tragic flaw of mine. My family is funny because during the Epic live stream every year, they will pop in a little bit, a couple of times. And then when I talk to them the next day, they say, "Oh, it looks like you were having a good time on your live stream." I was like, "Yeah, I had a blast." And they're like, "Yeah, every time we tuned in, you were the one talking." I'm like, "Oh, really?" This is, yep. We'd come away, we'd jump back in there 45 minutes later, and there you are blabbing about something. We jump off, an hour later, come back on, you're the one talking. He says, so they're like, "Alan, I don't know why you," or they say, "Dad, I don't know why you have a live stream with your friends in there because all you do is you bring them in and you talk at them for 18 hours." And he's like, "You don't talk with them, you talk at them." I'm like, jeez, these are the people that know me the best, and I feel so bad about that. I make fun about myself about that. I'm like, I know I'm bad. I know I'm bad, but I don't mean to. I try to ask questions and stuff like that, but end up just talking too much because I won't shut up. Oh man. What's the trucking channel? I didn't know you were uploading your drives. Oh. All the drives are, they're in a playlist, but it's personal. It's, when I announced that I was doing the trucking thing, I did a follow-up video. And in that follow-up video, I said, I'd been asked, a bunch of people asked me if I was going to continue to do sound speeds. So I did a quick follow-up video a few days later saying, yes, I'm going to continue to do sound speeds. And during that video, I just kind of spontaneously was like, I don't want to tell you what the channel is because I don't want to combine worlds. But at the time I was doing all my drives with an Insta360 X3 and the render time was taking sometimes 7 hours a day. It would error over and over and over again. So I would error. And sometimes during my drive, the next day I was rendering the video and then I'd see it errored, and then I would do a load securement check after like 2.5 hours. I'd look and see it errored, so I'd restart the thing. And eventually, throughout my 11-hour driving day, it would go through. And so then I could bring it into my editing program and take out the other stuff. But it was taking forever. And when I'm working in the movie industry, I have a disposable income, so I can spend it on things like if I want to buy a DJI Action 4. But trucking is not paying the, it pays like 3/5 maybe of the bills and doesn't give me any disposable extra income. So it's like, I'm not spending very much at all right now. Like that pizza, I use pilot points for it. They actually, here at the Pilot Flying J, I was actually able to use pilot points here, which surprised me. They were like, "We accept those." I'm like, "You do?" In that case, I don't get a pizza. If I can use pilot points, because I was going to grab a couple of pieces of pizza, I'll use the pilot points because it doesn't come out of my pocket. It's like reward points you get. And I will use those if I want to buy anything. But in that stream, or in the video, I just kind of randomly said, I don't want to combine worlds. I don't want to tell you what the channel is because I'm doing a trucker channel on the side. But I said don't really want to get into combining the worlds and having all of a sudden my sound speeds people go over there because, then and as I was thinking about it, I said, you know what though, there are some people that have reached out to me and told me that they like the Speed Bumps podcast because they just listen to me talk. And it doesn't matter what I talk about, they find it interesting. So I was like, so while I was doing the video, I was like, you know what? If you want to contribute towards me getting a new camera that would help me for the drive and also help me in my sound speeds creation videos, I said, if you want to donate towards the trucking channel, not towards sound speeds, you're going to donate towards the trucking channel to make it easier for me to record those. I said, if you do that, then I'll send you the name of the channel, but I'm not going to just put it out there to everybody if you want to contribute towards it. So I said, you don't have to, don't. But some people did. I think I had like 8 donations go through. And for the people that donated, I sent them the link to the trucking channel. And as of right now, I have videos already queued up because the channel is 98 days delayed. Because I started it before while I was deciding if I wanted to get a CDL or not. I went through entire CDL school. I got hired by Schneider. I went through all my training, and after I hit the road for a little bit, I started to release the video. So it's 98 days delayed. So I already have videos that I recorded this week that are going to be airing in May. Correction, late April. So, I mean, shoot me an email, or if you want to donate toward that channel, you can, and watch that video if you want to, and I'll send you the link. Whatever you want to do. You don't need to donate, but if you want to, you can. But the trucking channel, I just don't want to combine worlds because I don't want sound speeds people to go over. I want that channel to grow organically. I guess I want it to be organic. I hate that phrase, but still, I want it to grow on its own, not because I send people from sound speeds over. And everyone that's joined. There are people that are obviously truckers that have found that channel and found the videos that I've done on that channel. I'll put it to you this way. If you know the truck I drive in the year, 2024 International LT, if you search well enough using those 3 things, you might find it. Might. If you go deep enough. But anyway, I've told you enough about it. Let's get back into sound. When using blimps, does it also help with suppression echo in addition to wind? No, it doesn't. It's not what it's for. It's designed to be acoustically transparent, meaning that sound goes through. Here's the thing. A microphone cannot tell the difference between the kind of vibration that vibrates the capsule. So you can talk into a microphone or you can blow into a microphone. Both cause the vibration on the capsule. If you speak into it, it's the acoustic vibrations in the air that make it in and shake the capsule. Wind will directly impact the capsule. So what a blimp or a Zeppelin does is it keeps the wind from creating acoustic vibrations on the microphone capsule. If you talk into it, the sound will still go through. Now, as you know, if you speak through fabrics, the more dense and basically the less acoustically transparent the material is, the better it will stop wind as a rule, and it will also muffle the highs a little bit. So usually the better it is at wind protection, the more it will muffle the highs ever so slightly. So if you're talking about comparing like a Rycote Softy to a Sinella Leo or Leonard Ball, Leo 25 or 20, then the Sinella is going to beat it all day long with regards to wind protection. But it also is going to muffle the highs ever so slightly more than the Softy will. Softy is not going to have that kind of wind protection though. The Sinella is the beast mode, best at wind protection. But it also is going to muffle the highs a little bit more. So, but that's basically the long and the short of what Zeppelins do, is they don't actually change the acoustic vibrations. What it changes is the wind vibrations that hit the capsule. I ended up getting the Tech Essentials boom based on your video, as I was in the market for a boom at that price range, and I'm extremely happy with it. Oh yeah, it is a solid boom. I love that boom pole. What does it say? I know you reviewed the original fur one, but have you also tried the fabric version of the Sonella Cozy? No, I have not tried it. It's a good channel. Time off with Lee. All right, as a trucker, I like following trucker channels. Okay. Time off with Lee, send me an email. If you send me an email, I'll give you the information. I'll give you the hookup. Since you're a trucker. You're a fellow truck brother, okay? Fellow trucker. I'll share this information. Okay. Dumb question. Is it okay to call the reverb in a room an echo? Some YouTubers are really against calling it an echo for some reason. Okay, here's the reason why. There is a difference between reverb and echo. All right, this is exciting. So listen up. Here's the difference. Echo. There's a surface here. I speak, my voice bounces off and comes back at me. That is an echo. Now I'm between two things. I speak and the sound goes boing, 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 boing. That's a reverberation. People confuse the two. They say, oh, you'll hear someone in a movie say, are you there? 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 That's more of a reverberation, not really an echo. But that's what it is. An echo is more like if you yelled into the Grand Canyon, the sound bounces off the other side, comes back, and you hear it one time. That is technically an echo. Some people will say that an echo is a reverberation, and then a reverberation is where it hits off the other side, and when it bounces back, and then it bounces and it comes back, it's actually growing and building the sound up louder and louder and louder. That's not true. Otherwise, there would be no end to the sound. It would get louder and louder and louder and eventually hit absolute maximum volume at 194 decibels. And that doesn't happen. That doesn't actually. 194 is not the loudest. It's the loudest undistorted sound can get. Sound can get up louder than that, but it starts distorting. And that's in air. I mean, in water, it's different science. But and the reason why is because you know that sound waves go through a crest and then a trough. It's a positive pressure wave and negative pressure wave. And at 194 decibels, the positive pressure wave is really intense, but the negative pressure wave becomes a vacuum. And there is nothing that defeats that is more vacuumous than a vacuum. So that's the reason why the sound wave starts tearing apart at that point, and it cannot exceed 194 decibels before it's going to start to destroy the sound wave. That's why it cannot exceed that and not be distorted. So there you go. Let me think. I am thinking about turning on my heater for a moment, for a little bit. And the reason, hold on a second. Okay, the reason why is because it is 17 degrees outside. I've had the truck heater off for 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 3 hours and 18 minutes. It is now freezing inside this truck. That's the reason why I never took this hoodie off after I came in from inside, because it was already getting cold. And I'm about to actually have to amp up the heater. So what I'm going to do is turn on the truck heater for a moment and make it a little bit more manageable. It's not going to be as bad as that Opti-Idle thing that turned on a little while ago. Okay. Another follow-up question to the previous video of yours. When recording Wildlines, do you ask to run it twice or get a single take aimed at each actor, or should you still cue between the two actors? Play the scene. If you need the wild lines on only one person, play that one person. All right, here's an example. If you're in a loud environment and you have them running wild lines because there's a water element in the background, and they say we're going to run the scene wild for you a couple of times without the waterfall going. Okay. In that case, cue both people because you probably don't have them clean. You don't have them clean without that waterfall element in the background. So, so cue both people because that's what you need. But if you're doing a superhero TV show and there's somebody wearing a mask and only their eyes are exposed, but every time they say something, their mouth is muffled. Don't put a lavalier microphone on them and expect it to be good enough. When you're done with the scene, have them and do it after the scene's done, because that way the performance has been dialed in the way that the actors are happy with. Once they're happy with the way they perform the scene, that's when you say do the wild line. So that way it's the best performance right there, the way they did it in that scene, with every single bit of emotion and everything the way it was in completion. They run the scene while they're still in the feeling of it, in the mood of it. Then you just play that one actor, because that's all you need. Just the actor that had a mask on their face. That's the difference. If you need wild lines of two or more actors or one or more actors, I should say, because of some sort of a noise in the real world, you kill that noise and run the wild lines, cue both people because you need that sound. If you're doing the wild lines just because one person's mouth was obstructed, or someone is doing something like right now, if I'm talking to you, you hear me just fine because my microphone is literally there. If I tilt my head down, you're still hearing me just fine right now. But if I leave the frame and go down here and continue to talk and then I come back up, I went off axis. You lost my voice. If there is another camera at the bottom looking up because I'm reaching down to grab something off the ground, and you cannot get a microphone down there because it's all in the frame, let's say, everything that's going to be there would be on frame. In that case, get that line wild, because they're directing it to camera and you're not going to be able to get it otherwise. That's when you would use a wild line in that situation. Hopefully that answered your question. Happy New Year, Greg. This is Mike in Rhode Island. All right. Oh, Mike in Rhode Island. Yes. Gotcha. 17F. That's shorts and t-shirt weather for us Canadians. I know, y'all Canadians are weird. Okay. Well, that's like -8 degrees Celsius. It's snowing outside, all those low temps. Summer here down under. No, it's not snowing. Well, it wasn't snowing when I was out there a little while ago. It was a little bit of, you know how like you go into some places and you see dust floating around in the air just a little bit randomly? That's the kind of snow that we had earlier. Not enough that even when it landed on me, did you actually see it. It was just blowing around a little bit, and you were seeing it a little bit in your eyes when it was up against something that was dark. But I mean, out there, my truck is white and everything is basically a dull gray. But my windshield does not have snow on it. I don't see anything on my windshield. So, there you go. Oh, look at my finger. I have used this finger for everything, scrolling before. Then, of course, I'm an idiot, and I say, why don't we scroll and block the camera? Block the star. We have run through all of our questions. Uh-oh. Message is held for review. I'm gonna... Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I said show it. Someone addressed that? Wouldn't let that comment go? That was a good comment. Amateur learning question. Is 32-bit recording something new for professionals too, or just for consumer stuff? 32-bit floating point has been around for a long time. So has 64-bit floating point, even though you'll never need that dynamic range. You just need it for a little bit, I guess, more detailed fidelity within certain ranges, if you really want to call it that. Here's the thing. In the world of recording, Professionals in scripted don't use 32-bit floating point now as a rule. In the world of reality TV, you will see it sometimes. So like in Physical 100, 100 people with like hard bodies and different types of body types. And in the new Squid Game, they would record at the same time as transmit, or they would just record. On Physical 100, they recorded. So there's a lot of tentacle trackies, as I understand it, or something that would record. I don't know if they could transmit too. But I do know that on on the new Squid Game reality show, they were transmitting and recording. I communicated with a couple of the people on Twitter that were actors on the show, and I asked them. I said, "It looks to me after watching the show that you did it this way," and he said, "Yes, that's exactly the way we did it." Basically, where they wore little necklaces that had the law built into it, and then it went to like a waist strap that had the transmitter / recorder on there. And I said, you probably have to manage your batteries and stuff like that appropriately, and they probably do battery changes at certain times during the day. He says, yeah, that's exactly how they did it. And they would have to constantly wear the microphone even when they were in the showers and bathrooms. So they said they were only able to take those things off when they were changing them out. They had to wear them all the time. So, but to answer your question, pros have known about it. We just know how to gain stage. So when you're recording gunshots and stuff like that, we don't blow out our microphones. Boom operators know how to cue a microphone so it doesn't blow out anyway. And most of the time, you're going to clip your microphone before you're going to clip your microphone long before you're ever going to clip your recording, even if it's recording in 24-bit, unless you really don't gain stage correctly. Microphones usually cannot manage SPLs usually above about 130 decibels. And in 24-bit recording, you normally have a cap of around 142. Yes. 144. That's what it is. So I think it's 144. Might be 142. My math, if I did the math right. It might be 144. I'm going to drive myself crazy on this one little bitty thing. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's one of the two. But you're not going to exceed that dynamic range. And if you know how to gain stage, 32-bit floating point is not necessary 99.999% of the time. It was brought into the consumer world because we live in a world now that likes to make everything for babies. That likes to make everything so simple. Because why should people learn how to do that? That's the reason why we have HDR. You want to have HDR on a camera, 144. So I was right. So you basically have cameras now that you could put in HDR mode, and it's basically going to run a high process in real time to get a higher dynamic range. Then you're going to have cameras with such amazing auto features that people just leave it in auto the whole entire time. That's how you can tell the difference between a professional and an amateur, because a professional will put a camera in manual, and if a manual camera is given to an amateur, it's going to look like total crap when they take a picture. I mean, we live in an era where everybody likes to dumb down everything as opposed to teach proper technique, and that really irritates me. So, yes, I acknowledge 32-bit floating point is quite amazing technology. It's been around for a long time. If you use it correctly, it is a wonderful tool, just like many other things. But when people say, turn on 32-bit floating point and don't worry about it anymore, that to me is extremely irritating. Because that's when people don't bother learning some of the basics about audio that you need in order to properly do audio. That's when I get irritated. So there's a little rant. I'm showing the comment that time. I hit it. Another moderator handle it again. You moderators remove all moderator abilities. Okay. I couldn't get into season 2 of Squid Game. Has season 2 dropped already? I didn't think season 2 was out. I know the season 2 the reality show of Squid Game is out. I actually had fun with that. I thought it was pretty fun because I was quite impressed that there was so much when you got to like when it got down to like less than 20 people, the amount of teamwork that happened restored my faith in humanity. It wasn't people trying to backstab each other. It was people saying, I think in order to make this more fair, we should do it this way. That to me was like, you people are awesome. Some of the people I did not like. I did not like a couple of things about it. But it's the same crap we run into in the real world, and it really irritated me. I'm going to leave my personal stuff and politics out of it. I don't need to get on that rant and have half my channel disappear overnight, because guess what? Anytime a company or anybody takes a political side, everybody who doesn't like that side leaves. So if you like a company, if you don't like it, if you go to a company and that company suddenly goes political, guess what? Half the country does not believe in that politics, so they're going to leave and stop buying that product. Or they might. And the people that don't buy that product are probably not going to suddenly start buying it because they like your politics if they didn't buy it before. Some people might, but not everybody. So you only stand to lose an audience of your product or your whatever, depending on your politics. So just steer clear of that stuff. If you had a camera, tripod, decent audio gear, what do you think you would do next? So if I had a camera, tripod, decent audio gear, what do I think I would do next? So I don't have those things? Oh, well. That's so bad. My audio and video sounds like crap. No, I know what you're saying. What do you think I would do next? Depends on what you're doing, man. I mean, I have always said this channel is about sound. As long as the sound sounds good, I'm going to prioritize sound over camera every single day, which is why some of my videos have looked like total crap. They've been blurry. They've been out of focus. They've had bad color correction. They've been like overly saturated. My daughters, they say their eyes will bleed when they watch some of my videos because I've upped the saturation and vibrancy, the vibrance, so much. They're like, oh, Dad, my eyes are hurting. It's so bright. And I'm like, but how did it sound? And they're like, well, it sounded good. I'm like, well, that's what I care about. So it depends on what you're doing, though. If you're doing multi-camera stuff, get more cameras. If you're doing stuff with more action cams, get action cams. If you're doing stuff with more lav mics, or you need a boom all of a sudden, or you use lav mics, but you're thinking about maybe getting a top camera mic, get a top of camera mic. It just depends on what you're doing. And it depends on what kind of content. Film with what you have, yeah. Get something else. And a second question, do you think someone can do video and audio solo? Yeah. It just takes a little bit more time to do things the right way. Plus, you have to do it with a proper amount of skill. You got to do both adequately. And you, because you're a one-man band, you have to concentrate on both. You have to prioritize both. Because you may want to have pretty visuals, but you also got to hear the content. If it doesn't sound good, it doesn't look good. If it doesn't have any sound at all, you're basically going to do a video montage to a music video. Is your Yahoo email still good? I got an auto reply. Depends on the Yahoo email. If you send it to soundspeeds@yahoo.com, yeah, that one's still good. It shouldn't auto reply. If you send it to one of the, I think I had a SoundSpeeds podcast Sound speed, I don't remember. Some sound speed something else. YouTube. That one I set up to auto reply. But sound speeds at yahoo.com shouldn't. But if it gives you an auto reply, send it to Alan at soundspeeds.us. So Alan at soundspeeds.us. That's also in the description down below. The reality show version is the one I'm talking about. Gotcha. Yeah, I actually had fun with that. Matt Strives. Happy New Year, Alan. Happy New Year, Matt Strives. I was really impressed with how well the reality game was done and how they managed to bring in the drama of the real show. Yeah, of the original show. Yeah, I was actually, I had fun with it. I know in one of your Boom Pole reviews you mentioned not getting a loaner from VDB to test out. Have you been able to try one since then? I know you're mostly an ambient and K-Tech user. Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you. There used to be 6 big brands that we talked about in the film industry. The big 6 brands were, in no particular order, Ambient, Panamic, VDB, PSC, K-Tech, Loon. Those are the big 6. Don Wetzel died, and Loon went defunct within 24 hours. PSC no longer makes boom poles. Pro Sound Corporation. VDB doesn't really respond to their emails. And when I've tried calling them, they don't answer their phone. I don't know if it's just me, if I've just had bad luck with them, or maybe the fact that I don't write them in French. I don't know what it is. But K-Tech replies to me when I call them, or if I email them, or if I text them. Ambient, if I email them, they ignore me about 2/3 of the time. If I write them on Discord or pester them enough, they finally reply back. When I call them, they answer me and they get me right to the person I'm going to. Panamic, if I email them, which is my only real way of communicating with them, they reply back very quickly. That is the reason why I have the relationships the way I have. With VDB, they don't want to have a relationship because if they did, they would reply. PSC, when they still sold boom poles, they were like, well, we're pay to play. Buy the boom and then review it. I'm like, which boom do I buy? What? As I was like, the thing is though, I spend so much time doing my reviews. I'm not about to give you free advertising. I'm not about to just round out my booms when they don't even advertise their booms. They didn't do anything with their boom. They advertise other products and they sold things, but they never advertise their booms. They make great booms, or they made great booms. A lot of people liked them. One of my favorite boom operators here in Atlanta, he uses one. 2 boom operators I know in Atlanta used them. But the thing is though, they never advertised. They never really pushed them or promoted them. And when I tried to reach out to see, they weren't willing to send me anything. Even if I said, how about for a while? Maybe you can get a loaner from True Audio if they have them. They just didn't seem to care when I spoke to them. The first time I contacted them, they didn't reply. And then I followed it up with another email and they said, oh, I thought we replied to you. And then I said, well, can we talk on the phone? And it's like, okay. So I called him and he was like, yeah, we're pay to play. Buy it and then review it. If you want to review it, just buy one. I'm like, I'm not about to spend a few $100s just to buy, just to kill myself, going crazy to give you free advertisement when you don't even bother caring. Because that was basically their attitude. It's like, if you want to review it, buy it. We don't care. They just didn't care. So I didn't care. VDB, like I said, so now you know. But that's the reason why, I want, just like in my video where I said 15 things you need to know about when you buy a boom pole. One of those was when you reach out to them, they contact you back. They are there when you need them. If I were to have an issue with a K-Tech boom, I want to be able to contact K-Tech and say I have an issue and have them say, well, let's fix it for you. If I have an issue with Ambient, I want to be able to reach Ambient, or in America, it's Reading Audio because it's international. Reading is the middleman for Ambient. And so Reading will say, well, let's make it right for you. With Pandemic, they'll say, okay, if it's something we can fix, absolutely. If not, we'll send you the part numbers and you can get it. We'll send you the parts and you can fix it. Because that's the way Pandemic rocks. They make their entire boom pole user replaceable and they give you full replacement guides online. They teach you everything you need to know because they want you to be the master of your boom pole. Every company has different thoughts and opinions on the way that they handle things. But the main four brands of boom pole that you run into now: K-Tech, Ambient, Pandemic, and VDB. Those are the main four right now that are still in existence that most pros use. And VDB is the only one that just does not ever seem to care about interacting with me. I mean, I could buy one of their booms, but then I see online people that buy their booms are just like, yeah, I had a section break and I can't get them on the phone. And then they try to reach out through their vendor and they're like, the vendors can't get them on, can't get a reply to them. So it's like, if customers and people can't reach them, I don't want it to be one of those things where everything only goes one way. Oh, we make products and send it out to the world and then the world will use them. What if you need something to come back to them? I'm not that way. I want there to be customer service. I want there to be customer support. If I recommend a product or if I want to work with somebody, it's because I know that they're going to provide a good value to the customer. I don't want to have them treat me special, but then treat their customers like crap. That's one of the reasons I don't do a lot of reviews. I am offered a lot of reviews every single day. Well, maybe not every single day anymore, because I've told so many companies no and lose my contact information. I have no interest in working with you, and then they won't contact me about their next product. And so I still get review offers like probably weekly, but I've turned down so many over the past few years. Most of the time, if I reach out to a company, most of the time they will accommodate me in some way. Some of these companies don't want to give me a product to review if I'm interested in it, but they will loan it to me. And the thing is, a few years ago, I came up with a policy: I'm no longer dealing with loaners. I'm no longer going to deal with loaned gear because it's too much to manage. I used to keep a bunch of gear that was on loan from different companies so that I could use in videos, but then after a while, it's like, what if something breaks? What if I lose something? Because I almost misplaced something at one point because I took a whole bag full of gear, and I was like, where did this thing go? Where did it go? Well, I didn't realize that it had fallen into a different pouch. And I was like, you know what? If I'm going to I want to take my own things out. So that's when I returned all the gear that I had on loan. And I'm like, I'm not dealing with loaned gear anymore. So the way I look at it is, if there's a product that I want bad enough to review, it's going to be because I want to, because I don't want more gear. I don't want more gear at all. But at the same time, I'm not going to deal with loan gear. So if I want to review something enough for the customer or for you guys, if I think that I'm going to add value that other people on YouTube won't, like boom pole reviews. Boom pole reviews are something that I feel personally I can do better than anybody else on YouTube. So I will reach out to companies and say, would you send me this boom pole? But not a loaner. If you send me something, I'm going to keep it. And it's because I'm not going to deal with loaned gear. Man, it looked like I was bald there for a second. Also, I teach so many classes in the real world. I take the boom poles to those, and if people will reach out and ask me questions about booms, and I'll say, well, why don't we meet up? And we'll meet up and I'll loan somebody a boom. I'll say, well, you want to know what that's like? You want to know what the new Mighty Boom is like? You want to know what the Mighty Boom 5 section's like? Well, I'll loan you both of them, the 5 and the 6 section. You want to know what the Pandemic is like? Let me loan you that one. You want to know what the Ambient 5 series is like? Let me loan you that one. And I do that. I loan out a lot of products. So there you go. People will reach out to me because they know that that I bring stuff to certain videos, and so that's the reason why I do it. I'm thankful of 32-bit floating point with the F6 and recording either thunderstorms or dropping it for some time without knowing what will get captured. Otherwise, it's just been big file sizes. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. 32-bit floating point, like I said in my 32-bit floating point video, if you're planning on whispering 6 feet away from a microphone or screaming into a microphone point blank, those, and it's the same exact microphone that you're using and for two different people, then that might be a situation for 32-bit floating point. The thing is, though, the noise floor of the microphone and your environment is still going to be the same. So if you gain it properly for talking, your noise floor is going to be probably below the environmental noise. If you set it for fireworks and you gain way down, the noise floor is going to be low, but it's probably still going to be below the environmental noise. In analog, you only had 14 to 16 decibels of dynamic range that was worthwhile on your decently, and you had maybe 35 to 40 decibels of noise floor before it was extremely noticeable if you brought things down too low. Now in the realm of digital, you have upwards of 80 or 90 sometimes. That's well below the noise floor. So a lot of the times when people are like, noise, well, you know what? Guess what? It doesn't matter. And people are like, you're a professional and you're saying noise doesn't matter? No, not so much. But most of the time, people record in noisier environments, so the noise floor is below the environmental noise. So no, it doesn't matter. If you're recording in recording studios, then it matters. If you're recording on sound stages, then it matters. But most of the time, if you're doing content creation or you're recording in the field, it doesn't matter, because the outside noises that you run into in the world are going to be so much noisier than any noise floor on any recorder, even the noisiest recorders. Let's see. What are you using to stream right now? Computer, camera, mic? I am using my phone. And I'm using a V mic from Deity as a plant right here. I'm using one of those adapters that splits so that way you can power and you can put audio in to your phone at this exact same time. So it's a little Y. And then I'm using a light over there, and I'm blasting it into the corner of the truck over there. Similar to what this one and this one are doing here. It's just that it is one of those little doodads. So now I've just jacked up my lighting. Oh goody, the truck's turning on again. Probably because I was running the heater. So now we get to listen to the truck. Great. What about Tilta? What about Tilta? What is your relationship with them? Non-existent. I have 2 videos where I talk about Tilta products. One of my videos is called Professional Sound Guy Reacts to 4 audio videos or audio products or something. In that, if you do a search for sound speeds react 4 videos Tilta, it'll probably come up. Then somebody else recently, about 2 months ago, wanted me to react to the Tilta Zombie Rig Light. So I talked about that. And in that video, I believe it was, I mentioned that after the original Zombie Rig video was released, Tilta reached out to me and I was not impressed with their, they said, they made it, they talked up all this stuff about their product and, hey, would you be interested, we think you'd be very interested in this product and we think that you would like this. And so I responded back, why would I be interested? And then he responded with a sales pitch. And I was just like, okay, you don't know what boom operators like and what we are desiring. And the Zombie Rig, as it's designed, is not anything that we'd be interested in with. So am I interested in it? Absolutely not. And I suggested that they might actually work with some boom operators and ask us what we want, as opposed to design something that they then try to force on us, or then try to tell us that it's going to solve all of our problems. They never responded to me again. So is my relationship with Tilta non-existent, and for a reason, because I don't like them. To me, they're salespeople, they're design people. Even in the Tilta zombie rig light video that they recently did that I reviewed, one of the things he said is that he was basically on set and he saw a boom operator struggling doing a take, and he's like, "Oh, we can make a product for them," and they designed something for a boom operator. Gotta run. Thanks for doing educational, entertaining content. All the best in 2024. Looking forward to watching more Silent Speeds content. Hopefully there's no trucker speeds and gets a ticket. Yeah. That's the goal. Let's not do that. Totally understand Sinella was the most responsive for an accessories company, so I've stuck with their products for that reason on top of great quality. Yeah, Sinella is top tier. From customer service to product development. They actually innovate, they care. That's the reason why Sinella was part of the Epic Livestream last year. Philippe came into the live stream and did a whole presentation about Sinella and how they develop shock mounts. If you look at a shock mount and say, oh, well, this is universal, it'll work for all products, it's not going to be nearly as effective as a Sinella is, because a Sinella is designed for one particular microphone. They put so much thought into what they do, and it's like if you have a microphone that's this long, and then you have another microphone that's also that long, is the weight distribution the exact same? Probably not. So Sinella would figure out where that balance point is, how much weight you need to put on two different isolation points to properly balance it the way it needs to be, and then it would give each one of those different tensions according to the weight distribution and management that it needs to be. And based on that, it is designed exactly for one particular microphone or a microphone in its windscreen. And for that reason, it is dialed in and it is exactly the way it wants to be. When you reach out to Sinella and you ask them a question, they're on top of their responses to you, and they will contact you back, and they're so solid on that. That's the reason why they also sponsored some products last year for the Epic Livestream. Sinella is a top tier company, and I've loved them for years. That's the reason why, because they were amazing. I'm going to butcher your name. I'm sorry. Zaharov. Evgen. I'm sorry. Sorry. Hi and Happy New Year. What do you think about the new products from Deity Theos? I apologize if the question's already been asked. I did answer this already. I think I'll summarize it and give you a quick summary. I elaborated on it earlier, and if you fast forward through this video, you'll see me hold up the case. It is best in class, in my opinion. It is the best prosumer early entry-level professional product on the market. It's not got the same build quality and stuff that you'll run into in pro stuff, in like the higher end pro stuff, but it's better than any of the competitors in the prosumer market or entry-level professional. It is just like, and Curtis Judd said the same exact thing. Any chance that you'll be making cables again in the future? No. The last time I made cables, it took me 8 months to sell them all. And I have zero interest in making more right now because it just takes too long and people don't really, and it's just very few people are interested. Banjo can use 32-bit float for his 2 inches away and 4 feet away test. Yeah, he can if he wants to, but he doesn't. The noise floor gets lost in the actual sound in reality. There you go. Don't worry, we can barely hear it, honestly. I was joking about Tilta. I wanted to keep your blood flowing in the cold. Oh, thank you, Mashup. I appreciate that. I'm surprised you're using a phone. The video and sound is great. Yes, it's the same Lee as the other Lee. Oh, gotcha. It's a V mic. The V mic is right there. Wait a minute, where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh no, and it says live again. There's the V mic. It is literally a plant mic right there. And because it is literally, I'm touching it with my finger, it is that close to me. And because I'm loud as crap, that's why it sounds as good as it does. because I basically got it in front of me, but it's still out of frame. I don't like things in frame. Oh no, coffee! Hello. Um, I sometimes, don't say your location out loud, but sometimes I am near you. I travel through your area sometimes, but not exactly to where you are. Also, there are no truck stops really close to where you are. But if I happen to be going nearest to you and am stopping for the night, which sometimes does happen, and you want to meet up, I would be willing to meet up with you. Oh no. So send me an email if you have any interest in telling me exactly, but I know you're a very busy guy, but I did look you up because I knew where about you were, and I thought I was going to be stopping in one of your in your area at one point. But I ended up I got reassigned and pulled the exact opposite direction. So I ended up going into the middle United States as opposed to where you are. Okay. The video is, if the video looks great on this, it's because the phone is pretty good. Internet happens to be cooperating, and it's because I'm using different lights. There's a light directly overhead acting like a kind of a hair light. I mean, it is literally here. You can see it on my shoulder. And then I have those two lights adding a little bit of a rim from the other side, and then I'm using a front bounce. So if it looks good, it's because I tried to do lighting. I mean, I know how the pros light. I know how to light. I started in theater, and I think one of the first departments I was really... No, the first department I was in sound in 1991. 1992. 1992. I was actually, in 1991, I was in the props department for Binky Rudich and the two-speed clock. Then I think the next crew I was in the sound department for a chorus line. A chorus line. Probably still my favorite play ever. I love that play. What a great one. Man, such a good play. I got me a YoBlocks Mini ZVE10 and a Rode Wireless Go for compact setup for better live streams. Still playing with it to learn to use Roblox. I don't know the YoBlocks. I mean, I know of it, but it looks like you have good stuff there. Rode Wireless Go 2 is going to be a discount lav. It records. ZVE10 is a good camera. Andre at Werther uses his quite a bit. It's small, it's light, yet it's very powerful and very good. Plus, it's got removable lenses. So, he likes it. I still use the ZVE1. I know Tom Buck, for his overhead camera, uses a ZVE1F. So, Happy New Year. Let me know when you're in town. I'll send you a message. Lighting Gold Star. Thank you, Ranger Studio, or Ranger 7 Studio. I'm done with surgeries and ready to go up when you're up here. I have not been up there since you and I last talked. I think I've only been up as far... I don't think I've been above... I've been above New Jersey twice. Once was to in the past 2 months, I think. I went to Sleepy Hollow. I went to 2 different places in New York. Armonk. When I went to Armonk, I visited Sleepy Hollow. And I also went to Little something, which is on the other side of the Hudson. And then the other time I was up that direction, I reached out to you because I said I could maybe drive a ways. There was no truck stop anywhere nearby, so I said I think I can drive away and then come back, and it would be somewhat close. But I think that was where that's the best I could do. And I have not been, in 2 months, I have not been up above New Jersey. So, sorry. I left and I came back and you're still here. I am, Linda. I am like a virus. I don't leave. We're almost 4 hours into this live stream. I'm heading out, my friend. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Linda. I know you're partial to the MKH50, and it's very common, but I have found the advantage. I found the advantage of the DPA and how well it blends with the lavs. Very flat, but good with the ecosystem. Mixers call anyhow. Well, as I said earlier in this video, the MKH50 is very common. It usually, with the extended bass, usually people seem to like it. And they think it sounds more cinematic, or that's the way it usually sounds. Me personally, I prefer the DPA 4017B. It's my favorite microphone. And I would use that one any day of the week over the MKH50, personally. So that is my opinion. I talked about this earlier, so I won't reiterate the rant. I'm not a huge fan of Pepsi, even if it is the choice of the new generation. Not my generation. Well, actually, it was my generation, wasn't it? Generation X. Generation X. The generation that doesn't care. Don't worry, you're not going to offend me. Don't worry, I don't give a crap. I do things my way on this channel. In that sense, I'm very much like my grandfather. My grandfather he was in the military, and then he went into business afterwards, and when he turned 80, one of the song that was kind of his theme song that I DJ when I was his DJ for his 80th birthday party. When his theme song was basically "I Did It My Way." The older I get, the more I'm becoming like that too. But as far as men in my life, he was probably the best man in my life ever. Amazing guy. Have I tried booming indoors with the 4018, or should it be used for plants, cars? I personally think it's better for plants and cars, mainly because it doesn't have the reach. The 4018, because it's flatter, because it doesn't do any tricks to try to give a presence boost or try to extend the bass, it doesn't appear to have the reach. When you don't try changing the tuning of a microphone to create coloration to enhance certain frequencies, like those of clarity by giving it a higher boost, or those that increase the ability to pick up the fundamental vocal frequencies like extended bass responses do. If it's just a flat one, then it's going to sound bland to many people who are used to more colored microphones with extended basses or with clarity boosts, presence boosts. So 4018s, they just don't have the reach. If you use them as a boom and you get more than about 3 inches overhead, because at that point it's 9 inches over the mouth, and that gets kind of far away for a 4018 in my opinion, unless it is very quiet. If it's a very quiet set, then it should be fine. Overboom or underboom for talking head videos? Also, what's your take on having a shotgun microphone in your frame of YouTube videos? Yay! Opti Idol turned off. Thank you, Truck, for turning off. What's your take on having a shotgun microphone in frame for YouTube videos for better audio than to hide the mic out of frame? Let me ask you something. Do you have a problem hearing my videos most of the time? When I do my videos at my desk, you never see my microphone. Do you ever have a problem hearing me? I'm not using a shotgun microphone. I'm using a hypercardioid microphone barely out of frame, like here. If I'm going up just a little bit, right there's the edge of frame. The microphone lives right there. In the case that right now what you're hearing me on is a lav mic right here, literally right there. I can touch it with my finger because it's that close. Slightly extended, I mean like I'm about an inch away from my mouth, and that's where the microphone is. I'm touching it with my finger. And it's out of frame. The thing about it is, if you learn, I have a microphone, I have a video. Come on, I touched it and now it's messed up. I prefer over booming because it's a more natural sound. If you under boom, you're putting a microphone near the bass cavity and or near your table, which you might have some play off of, which enhances the bass. And it's not even detailed bass at that point. It's going to be a little more diffused or dispersed bass. I talked about it earlier, but anytime you get close to a wall, if you talk directly up against a wall and you listen to it, it's going to be less detailed because you're getting more bounce off the wall and wall spread sound. So watch my video called do a search for sound speeds, the art of shotgun microphones. You'll probably come up with my microphone angling video. And I talk about how to angle a shotgun microphone and get the best out of that. Personally, I would overboom it, and I would say use a hyper or super cardioid microphone at the very edge of frame. And if you don't go straight up and down, you angle in more, even if it's, well, just watch that video, because you could have a microphone angled like laying sideways practically, and if your face is still in the pattern, even if it's like here, your mouth is still going to be in the pattern of that microphone. It's going to sound great. And you're cueing hard off of all the typing and stuff you do on your desk. So you're probably going to have pretty good response. Probably have pretty good sound. No, I'm just talking about my setup. I feel like if I get the microphone close, it sounds much better as I get some reverb in the room. Yeah, quite possible. Identify where the reverb is. What's it coming from? Is it coming from your computer monitor? If so, cue off the computer monitor. Is it coming off of your desk? If so, angle your microphone off your desk. Find the direction where you can, where you are getting the most sound that you want to reject in your microphone, and play the pattern of the microphone to try to reject out and cue away from that sound. It's going to give you the best response. Thank you for understanding all my questions. Your videos have always been helpful. So have your answers tonight. All the work you put in is very much appreciated. Awesome. I'm glad to be a help. Rip Nasty. What a name. We have, let's see. We've been at this for 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 28 seconds. 27 people are watching, 48 thumbs up, and we have $20 in donations. Thank you for all of that. I'm happy to be here tonight. It's not quite an epic live stream. That's why it's the not so epic live stream. Not very epic live stream. But, oh, got another question coming in. Thanks for answering all my noob questions. Not at all. That's why I'm here. Gives me some sound stuff to do. Sound stuff to talk about. Well, questions have all dried up, so I guess we'll call it there. I really appreciate everybody coming out. I use an older Video Mic Pro under boomed at my desk for Zoom. Folks loved it, yeah. I mean, especially for Zoom, it's going to sound better than anything anybody else is doing. 52 thumbs up now. Awesome, thank you. This is epic enough. What's your favorite microphone? DPA 4017B. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, most of the time on Zoom, people are just using their camera microphones, which don't sound great. Or they're using the microphone on their computers, which don't sound great. So if you use a video mic, it's going to sound better than 99% of the people out there. Thanks so much for being willing to share your experience with us all. Absolutely, Rick. I will. This actually went a lot better than I was expecting it to, with this little adapter, a very cheap adapter that allows me to plug in my phone to power and plug in the V-mic. And despite the truck being noisy as crap. Wait a minute. Oh, that is the heater. The heater was bouncing off the front. The sound was bouncing off the front. I was like, why is the sound coming from up there? It's bouncing, reflecting. I mean, I could probably try to do another live stream from the road. Hopefully, though, I will get a call tomorrow from someone saying, hey, Alan, I got a show. And I'll say, cool, let me put in a resignation and work on your show. I miss that. I miss that. There you go. Oh, thank you, Mashup, for the 5 spot. We love you, Alan. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. I feel the love. Thanks for spending time with us and sharing your knowledge. Really appreciate it. Absolutely. I looked for you last night, Alan. I was sad when you were not there. Yeah, for the Epic live stream. I have felt really bad about that this year. I really like doing the Epic live stream. I like doing the whole charity thing. I like having all my a lot of friends come in and visit. I like having guests. I like doing a whole big show. Wasn't able to do it from the road this year. A lot of things. It's not been an easy year, for many reasons. For the past 5 months, I've been on the road. Only been home for like 2 days per month for the past 5 months. Sometimes I can get an extra day in, not every month. But yeah, I'm basically since August, I don't think I've been home more than 2 weeks the entire time. So all the content creation you've seen me do since August has been either speed bumps, which I recorded back in spring, or has been me recording at night when I'm home for one of my few nights and I shoot and edit overnight to try to get something done. I'm not ultra happy with everything I've been doing content creation wise. There's other videos I really want to do and need to do and overdue on, but I want to make sure they're done properly. So as soon as I'm back home and I can shoot at night after work and then edit night after work and that kind of stuff, I'll be able to do stuff I'm happier with. But you know, we do what we can for the families that we have, and we've got to support people, right? When you lean back, you start hearing the bunk heater more. When leaning forward, you can barely hear it. Well, I'll try to lean forward more then. Fingers crossed that you get back on set very soon. Thanks for doing the stream and sharing your time with us. Absolutely. Do you live stream from your trucking channel also? No. There's only like 11, 12 subscribers on that channel. No one watches it. I'm mainly doing it to vlog my life as a trucker. I basically talk about what it is life being on the road. Some of the videos will get random people watching it based on what I'm talking about. Most people that watch the videos are supportive and they're like, oh cool. Some people, I mean, like, but if you watch that channel from the very beginning, you'll see me talking about how the industry I'm working in is not working. I'm not able to work right now, so I'm trying to think about what to do, and I know, or at least what I thought it was going to be like, and deciding whether or not I should, and then I'd start talking about whether I was going to, what I need to do to go to a truck school, and then I make a schedule an appointment, then talk about what my research was of that. Then I talk about the interactions I had with the guy after I met with him and saw his sales pitch and stuff like that. And I actually, he was trying to sell me and I drilled him hard. Then I start, doing the training, and I talk about the training. Then I talk about the process of getting my test, and then I talk about getting hired, and then I talk about what it was like in training. Then when I start hitting the road, I start talking about all that stuff. So there you go. But no, I don't do live streams from the trucking channel. Oh, thank you so much, Hassan. $10 Australian donation. Thank you for your videos, man. Always really helpful. Thank you so much. Well, you're here now. That's all that matters. I know the feeling. Last time I was home in October, I've only been home for Christmas one time in the past 10 years. It can be rough on the road. And you know what? I can handle that. Biggest thing is, though, I really miss Set and I miss my family. I can manage it just fine. It's just, I would much prefer to be there with my family. I would much prefer to be making Sound Speeds content that I am very, very happy with. That's it. Since I've been on the road, I've not been able to do everything on Sound Speeds that I've wanted to. Otherwise, if I were home, I would have done an epic live stream. Like today is Monday, I believe. I probably would have done the epic live stream last Friday. And I so wish I could have. But we'll get back to it next year. I mean, who knows? I could get back on set and then suddenly IATSE goes on strike because AMPTP doesn't want to negotiate with us. And then I jump back on the road again. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Dansplaining, thank you so much for the donation. That's amazing. $9.99. Thank you so much. Thanks all. It says, thanks so much for the live stream. You're the best. Oh, well. Thank you. It was fun to see you in Utah with Curtis. Oh, I was going to say you weren't there. But, yeah. I got a chance to... Curtis is amazing. I love him to death. He's so awesome. I'm going to go over to the trucking channel now. Do you know the trucking channel? Dang, still going 4 hours later. Well done, dude. Yeah, Bandrew, I'm nuts. There, Bandrew. How can I view your trucking channel? I don't combine this world with that world, so if you search far enough on YouTube, you'll find it, but I'm not just going to talk about it in this. I'll talk about the channel in general, but I don't want people from SoundSpeeds just going over and watching it. I mean, just because it's not related to sound and it's not linked to it anyway. Here's hoping for the summer epic live stream. Not going to happen. Not going to be a summer one. It'll be it'll be one during the Christmas holidays because that's when everyone's off. You're doing what you have to do, but it won't be much longer, hopefully. Yeah, let's hope. All right, I'm going to call it. Y'all take care. Thank you so much for coming out. I appreciate all the participation, all the questions. I mean, I appreciate you and your time. It's been said, if you don't know the value of time, if you don't know the value of a year, ask a student that just failed a grade. If you don't know the value of a month, ask someone that got into a car crash and just spent a month recovering. If you don't know the value of a week, ask someone that just came back from vacation. If you don't know the value of a day, ask someone who just lost a family member. If you don't know the value of an hour, ask someone that just came back from lunch. If you don't know the value of a second, ask someone that just barely missed a head-on collision. And if you don't know the value of 1,000th of a second, ask an Olympic silver medalist. I appreciate all of your time that you have spent with me. I appreciate all the time you spent watching the videos. Time is one thing that you can never give enough of. And when you give it, it's very valuable. It's the most valuable thing I think you can give. Linda, if anybody on this stream sends me an email, I'll tell you what the trucking channel is. But you got to email me. I'm not going to say it live here. See you, Ben. Thank you for coming in. On the road with Lee. Have a great night. Love trucking channels, Linda. Daniel, thank you very much for the $20 Canadian. Happy New Year, Alan. Hope things turn around. Awesome 2024. I really appreciate that. See you soon. Hoping 2024 will be the best year ever. I'm hoping so too, man. Here's looking for it. All right, y'all. You take care. Thank you very much for coming out. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you all. I'll see you over there on the trucking channel. Happy New Year's. Safe trucking. Will do. You take care.